Yes, blessed love, royal family. Greetings to the royal house, majesty,
Royal historian, blessed.
honorable.
All right, based on what I'm seeing here, we are live. Also, can you start the recording, please, Honorable Empress Trisha?
Blessed love, Royal Majesty. Blessed love to the royal family of Black Ethiopian sons and daughters worldwide. As we proceed on this day of celebration, of this moment of celebration, celebrating the coronation of our divine majesties in Ethiopia, we want to welcome one and all to this program and invite all hearts of love to come and partake within such joyful celebrations as we proceed. Will Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Continue with our program. The coronation of our divine majesties, Emperor Haile Selassie I and Empress Menen Aswa on November 2nd, 1930, is a pivotal point in world history and in the development of African people specifically. It had profound influence on the struggles of African people worldwide as we struggled against the system of imperialism, colonialism, and the venomous practice of racism established worldwide by the Europeans. After the Berlin Conference in 1884, about 45 years earlier, the fate of the African people and the indigenous people of the earth was violently interrupted and manipulated, and colonialism and enslavement was the political and economic models of European governance. These European strategies of domination and exploitation cast a dark cloud over the land and people of African descent worldwide. The works of the Honorable Prophet Marcus Mosiah Garvey ripped this cloud of darkness over the African people, and his teachings and philosophy gave hope and light to a disenfranchised people. With the teachings of Black nationalism and racial pride, he connected Black people worldwide to our glorious history and the lineage of African kings and queens. He brought attention to and highlighted the oldest monarchy and kingdom on the planet, the Ethiopian/Kushite Empire of old. And when he directed the Africans in the West to look to Africa for the crowning of the great king, the shift from a Eurocentric world history to a more balanced world history began. The death of Empress Zewde II in April of 1930 would leave the throne in Ethiopia without a king, which throne had existed over 4,000 years. There was a scramble of who would succeed to the throne, and Rastafari Makonnen emerged as the successor. In his wise mind, he delayed the ceremony for 6 months and took the time to prepare for such a grand and glorious occasion. He invited the whole world to come and see the glory of this great kingdom, the place where the Ark of the Covenant, The symbol of Jewish and Christian seat of spiritual power is presently located in Ethiopia. The preparations for the event was grand. Physical beautification of the capital was unseen before, but most important was the spiritual preparations being headed by the church. Priests in sets of 7 chanted psalms and prayers for days prior to November 2nd. This was to clear the path for the ascension to the throne, all in alignment to the natural motility of life and the universal intelligence upgrading our humanness. The day of November 2nd, 1930, the earth witnessed a glory and splendor that only the kingdom of God could fulfill. The aura generated by the prayers of the priests spread over Addis Ababa like a new atmosphere. The glory, the pageantry, the tapestry of the ancient order, the glory of the kings of Ethiopia was unmatched by any European crowning. 72 nations sent their representatives to behold the crowning of the only conquering Lion of Judah, the defender of the Christian faith, and the only African to whom the leaders of the British Empire, the world leaders at the time, bowed and acknowledged the throne that was higher than theirs. Will Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
The crowning of the Empress on the same day is also a significant pivotal moment. The Emperor updated the ancient tradition of crowning the Empress days later. Her Royal Highness, Empress Menen Asfa, was crowned on the same day, restoring the female energy to bring the spiritual balance that our people had been robbed of by the Greeks and Romans in their religious takeover of the world. Now, the Mother of Creation had taken her seat on the throne next to our Redeemer and King, and the universal balance was back in place. This would elevate the status of those called slaves to their rightful place as the Mother of Creation, Queen Omega, the role model for all African queens to their state of being goddesses. So today we continue to honor and celebrate with great pride the coronation of our divine King of Kings, Emperor Haile Selassie I, and the Queen of all Queens, Empress Menen Asfa, our God and Goddess with us, Will Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. A blessed heart of celebration to one and all, my Lord and Empress. Blessed love.
Majesty bless.
Yes,
My
my
Lord.
Lord. Yeah, we are attending Jerusalem schoolroom, as they always say, honorable chair, cultural continuity.
My
Yeah,
Lord.
we're here to edify and uplift. So give thanks for that reflection, that memory, Empress Royal Tech of the honorable leading priest, sharing an insight into the coronation. Yeah, as we continue on our journey of edifying ourselves. Yeah, over to the chair, my Lord.
Honorable. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress. The item here, am I clear?
Yes, Honorable, I hear in the
My
eye
Lord.
clear.
Yes. All right. Give thanks. We call for virtual reverence in the virtual courts of Rastafari. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Come on, let us make a joyful noise unto the Lord, Holy Land. Let us come before your presence with gladness and singing. Knowing that the Lord is our God, is that He that made us and not we ourselves. We are His people and the sheep of His pasture. Enter into His gates with thanksgiving and into His courts with praises. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for us, brethren and sisters, to dwell together in unity and love. It's like the precious ointment that run upon our head, even unto our beard. As he went unto the skirts of his garments, as a dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descend upon the mountain of Zion. From where the Lord commanded his majesty blessings, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Our Almighty God, Rastafari, great and terrible God, Rastafari is the Almighty God. Jah, who seated in Zion and reign the hearts of all flesh. O thou most thy eternal Father, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all, and cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, Jah, Rastafari. Blessed be the tie that binds our heart with one creation, love, black Christ, salvation. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah, Rastafari. Blessed love one and all. Give thanks. Thanks for the ABIC Church of True Divine Salvation, Council of Elders, coming together once more on this Sunday to reason together and edify one another and, glorify in what the Father has shown us all. So we're looking forward to today's program, and in keeping with our accord, we'd like to call on the Honorable Priest Rastavana. If you could give us the opening chorus, clap your tiny hands, Majesty, my Lord, blessed Lord.
My Lord, give
My
thanks, Royal Family, for the privilege to be here among the Council of Elders. All protocols observed. We give thanks to the Congress, the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, and all its settings, from the guards to the royal priests to the royal empresses to the prince and princesses. Yeah, and I do give thanks. And we'll continue. Clap your tiny hands, clap your tiny hands, clap your tiny hands for joy. Because loves to hear little children sing. Clap your tiny hands for joy. Clap your tiny hands, clap your tiny hands, clap your tiny hands for joy. Because loves to hear little children sing. Clap your tiny hands for joy. Oh, ye now, holy Mount Zion, 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 Lord, holy Mount Zion, Zion. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Clap your tiny hands for joy, my Lord and Jesus.
Honorable Priest, to give thanks, my Lord, for the blessed serenade. And we want to take this time of the year, Council of Elders, to congratulate all graduates moving forward in life, knowing that, intelligence rule the world, ignorance bear the burden. So we give thanks for our intelligent future moving forward, cutting and clearing, renting and tearing, all traps, snares, barriers, and chin. Honorable, my Lord, and all graduates and promotees in their proms. Yeah, we do give thanks and give thanks for the step forward, It's a glorious life. So we continue moving forward. We ask the Honorable Secretary to give us roll call.
Blessed Lord, my Lord and Empress, give thanks for life and the mighty life giver. Give thanks for another day of reasoning with the Council of Elders. All ones are asked to
Blessed love, my Lord and Empresses.
Go ahead, Empress Trisha, and then Empress Dion.
Blessed love, Honorable Empress.
All ones are asked to come with their notebooks and pen so that you can take part and write all your questions, concerns, or anything that you may have. Protocol being established, all mics being muted, raising of hands, observing of the chair, 3-minute time, and let I keep it respectful at all times. Please, honorable family, virtually and on here, we are live streaming on the YouTube EABIC Elders Council channel. So we do give thanks. We do congratulate again all our graduates and promotees. These are all the youths within our midst from our families here. And we congratulate them on their success and their future endeavors. Examine the labels you apply to yourself. Every label is a boundary or limit you will not let yourself cross. You are first of all human. That gives you a certain amount of power. You are not limited in how you express your humanness. You are limited by the labels you choose to describe it. Men do this, women do that. Blacks like one thing, Asians like another. Native Americans are proud, Latinos are. These views and labels limit the self and set up expectation from others. You are never too old or too young, too rich, too poor, too much of a man or woman to think. You can be anything and everything you think you can be when you don't think yourself into a book. You must keep reminding yourself that you are more than a body. You are more than an image. You are more than the things you have told yourself about yourself. You are spirit expressing a human being. And that is unlimited. I am no name brand of human being. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress. Think of all the ways in which you are limitless, a limitless being. What do you like best about humanness, my Lord and Empress?
Majesty bless Honorable Royal Tech. Give thanks for such inspirational reading. Honorable Empress Dion, Empress, the Royal Secretary can give us the roll call. And after that, Honorable Priest Earl can give us a welcoming word. My Lord and Empress, blessed.
Empress Rachel.
Empress Rachel or Empress Dion, one out of the two can call the roll call.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Give
Love.
thanks for the day that the Lord has made. May we be blessed and sanctified in it. Honorable Priest Aimsley,
Majesty bless.
Honorable Priest Nappy,
Greetings, family.
Honorable Priest Adagon, Honorable Priest Ilamna,
Blessed love to the Royal House.
Honorable Priest Earl,
One perfect love royal family.
Honorable Priest Rasavana,
Present, Royal Empress.
Honorable Prophet Okito,
Present, Royal Empress.
Honorable Prophet Edward,
Blessed love.
Honorable Empress Trisha, Honorable Empress Akim,
Blessed love, royal family.
Honorable Empress Rachel,
She just got disconnected, but she'll come back.
Honorable Empress Karima,
Priest Adigan present.
Greetings and
Honorable
presents, royal family.
and Honorable Empress Dion, let the record show at the beginning of the meeting there were 18 persons. Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
13.
13, sorry.
13, pardon me, sorry.
Blessed love. Do give thanks. And call on the Honorable Seven-Star General, leading priest Earl, to give us a word of welcome, my Lord.
Yes, royal family, you know. Do give thanks to life, you know, the greatest position that we can have, you know. You know, as I and I, Father, always remind us that I and I win out as a family, you know, because the three individually don't manifest such beautiful work, you know, and, you know, put such power in, you know, I and I, as sons and daughters, you know what I mean? So, you know, we carry the three sixes, carbon, electron, and proton, you know, yeah. And within that triangle, you know, we have the square and we have the circle, make the full trinity. So, you know, give thanks to the opportunity, you know, that my voice could have been heard, you know what I mean, today. And give thanks to the opportunity that even the elders, that is, even Elder Fihai also, could have given me the opportunity to make my voice heard, you know. And I hope this reason, you know, just keep on the protocol and keep on the way we always set it to be beautiful. Yeah, man, because we're beautiful people, you know. One perfect love, royal family.
Blessed love, my Lord, glorify. We have on the screen the information for donations to the Elder Care program. They can take a look on the screen. Elder Care Council info, Elder Council info, your name, the purpose for sending, transactions for accountability, the account name, Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, Miami Incorporated, 4648 Northwest 133rd Street, Opelika, Florida, 33054. Deposit in Bank of America, account number 8981-4613-8792. Wire transfer, account number 898-146-138-792, and routing 026-009-593. Zelle, eabic@gmail.com. Cash App, EABIC Miami. And not forgetting the drive that we are trying to, you know, man say first we got to look to ourselves. So we started an initiative. We got off to a little start. It wasn't the best, but it was a start. So we are encouraging each and everyone at the end of June, April, May, June. We can try to save a little thing during those couple of months there, and whatever it may be, the tools and fuels, we can send it to any of these info that I just called there. If you want it, you can always call and ask for it from the Royal Tech. So that, you know, we depend on ourselves first and foremost, you know. Just say help those who help themselves. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Yes, my Lord Empress. So again, we do give thanks and we move forward with our agenda. Today, it's a day where we are dealing with a lot of, you know, a lot of our reasoning and everything comes from experience. Because they say life is to be lived forward and judged backward. So we ever looking from where we come in, so that we can improve where we are going, you know? So in continuing with such a mindset, we continue in the agenda of today. In today's discussion, the panel will be looking at mannerisms. What is considered acceptable behavior amongst the membership of the Congress? What constitutes a priestly, kingly character, identifying divine attributes which are supposed to be a standard person of a priest? Continue. We will also be looking at modern parenting skills. The focus will be from a psychological standpoint. How to cultivate the mental fortitude that fosters good mannerisms and ultimately makes for good parents and parenting skills. And we continue.
My lord.
These are concepts or ideas. My lad.
Continue, my lord. Continue, my lord.
Okay. These are concepts or ideals that Babylon, a system of oppression, cannot teach. Their schools do not teach people skills. Humanism is supposed to be a religious concept, but is rarely understood, taught, or practiced. Today, we will attempt to break down the tenets of human interaction. Continuing. My Lord and Empress. So this is what our basic, what we're going to be dealing with today. And it's so very important, you know. As a little child, I remember the old time poem, you know. Be good, be true, and don't forget to say please and thank you. So our mothers and fathers taught us mannerism, you know. So moving forward, don't want to be too long-winded, and we'll continue with a video for this day presentation. My Lord and Empress.
Greetings, my Lord and Empress, greetings.
Give thanks, Mama. Give thanks to the Royal Queen Mother coming in. We glorify.
Thank you. All right.
For the video, please. Before the video, Royal Tech, could you just rewind the video? Before the video, what do you call housekeeping? Yeah. Today's program is co-presented by the Women's Freedom Liberation League of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, along with the Council of Elders. So the second segment of this program will be presented by the Royal Empresses on the psychology of parenting. So yeah, there is a lot to come. I hope ones have their pencil and their paper to, you know, write your questions for the open segment, you know, and just to write down information that you are going to be getting that, you know, will serve you in the future, and you can have it for reference. Yeah, give thanks. Yeah, back to the chair, my lord.
Majesty blessed, honorable priest. So, honorable Empress, you can.
In today's lesson, we'll be talking about good manners, or what can also be referred to sometimes as cross-cultural skills. What does that mean? It's the skills that you need to function effectively in a different culture than your own. So, for example, if I were to come to your country and learn your language, do you think that would be enough? Not really, because along with the language, I also need to learn what's acceptable, what's not okay in that particular culture. So today we'll be talking about 12 things that you need to say and do when you're living or working in an English-speaking environment. Okay, let's get started. So first, we'll talk about what you should say. The first one is using the word please. Now, everybody knows that you should say please, but not everybody remembers to actually say it. So, for example, if you go into a coffee shop, don't just say coffee, say coffee, please. Or if you're asking someone else to do something, also remember, could you please turn off your cell phone, for example. All right. Next, remember to say thank you whenever somebody does something. Thank you, you're welcome. These are phrases that we do use very often in English. And it could be for anything simple, like somebody holding the door for you, or it could be for something more elaborate, like somebody giving you a birthday present. Okay? The way you say it from your heart. Okay? Thank you very much, and so on.
Enjoy free shipping with Webstaurant Plus. This ship's free, this ship's free, all of this ships for free.
The next one is to say sorry, or even better, to say I'm sorry, because I'm sorry is more personal. But otherwise, at least say sorry. And again, you can say sorry for little things, like perhaps stepping on someone's foot, or if you bang into someone by mistake, you bump into someone by mistake somewhere in a crowded place. Still apologize. Say, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Okay? We do use that quite often. Next one, excuse me. Now, excuse me, you can say when you sneeze, right? Achoo. Excuse me. Or if you need to ask somebody for some information, you can say, excuse me, would you know where the nearest subway is, right? So this is a very useful expression, and it's also a polite expression. The next one is to remember to greet people and also to wish people. By greeting people, even at work, if you work in an English-speaking environment, remember, we do say good morning, good night, happy birthday, happy new year, congratulations. So greet people and also wish them on the appropriate days. The next one might seem obvious also, but again, it's the way that you do it. Even if you work in an office in the morning, you can say, hey, good morning, how are you? And when you ask, how are you? Even though you're not expected to give a full answer, but whatever answer someone gives you, remember to listen. Don't start talking right away. Wait to hear if the other person is saying, oh, pretty good, I'm fine. How are you? Hear all of that before you start speaking about your own disposition, your own state of mind, okay? Listen to the answer. All right? So these are 6 things that you must remember to do. They are taken for granted and they are expected of you. Next, let's look at what you should do. This 7th one here says smile. Smiling creates a more friendly environment and it's certainly expected. So try to do that. Again, it doesn't mean you have to keep smiling, but when you meet someone, give them a smile. If you don't smile, they might think that you're nervous. They might think you're angry or unhappy about something, okay? Or they might take it a little bit aggressively. So try to smile. It also gives people the message that everything is okay. Not just that you're happy to meet them, but that everything is fine with you. So it says 2 things, something about you and something about the other person. Next, shake hands. Now, that's usually in a more business-like situation, in an office or somewhere, and certainly when you meet somebody for the first time. In an English-speaking environment, you are expected to shake hands, and shake hands rather firmly. Don't shake hands very weakly or just hold a part of the hand. Hold the entire hand and shake it firmly. All right? That's, again, part of the office expectation and the business norm. The next one is to remember to cover your mouth. What do I mean? Not all the time, but if you need to yawn, what does it mean to yawn? It's what you do when you're sleepy, and right? We yawn. So when you do that, if it happens and you're in a group or in an office or something like that, remember to cover your mouth. You can cover it this way, like this, or some people cover it this way, okay? So cover your mouth. Also, if you're coughing, remember to cough aside, okay? You can do that. Actually, today, they teach us something quite different. They actually teach us to cough here, into the inside of your elbow, like this. Why is that? Because if you cough into your hand and then you go and shake hands with someone, you're passing your germs onto that person. And people are very aware of that these days. So it's better not to cough into your hand actually, but to cough here. Like that. Okay? Next. Remember to stand in line. In many parts of the world, there are different rules regarding lines. And in English-speaking countries, generally people expect you to stand in line, not to crowd around, not to get in front of somebody, not to look for a place and sneak in, but in fact to check who is the last person in line and make sure that you stand behind them. If you're not sure who's the last person in line, because it's a bit of a confusing situation, you can ask, who's last? Okay? And stand behind that person. That is part of the etiquette that is expected of you. Next one. This is hold the door. What do I mean by that? If you're going through a doorway, remember to hold the door behind you. Don't just go through yourself and then let the door fall back against whoever is behind you. No, hold the door, look back and check if there's someone there. Hang on for a second if they're still coming. And whether they say thank you or not doesn't matter. It's your job to hold the door. Try to do that. It makes for a much friendlier society, a much more caring society. The last one is something that a lot of people are not aware of because in different parts of the world, space has different meanings. In some cultures, it's perfectly acceptable to stand quite close to someone. And that's, absolutely fine. In an English-speaking environment, that's not really expected. Personal space is respected more and expected. So when you meet someone, when you're standing, for example, or when you're talking to someone, try to keep about an arm's length distance, okay? Not exactly. And of course, if it's very crowded, you might stand a little closer. But let's say it's an empty room, about an arm's length, okay, this way or this way, is where you should stand when you're talking to someone. If you stand closer to them than that, okay, they're going to feel uncomfortable and you're probably going to find that they're standing back, they're moving away, and that's because you've crossed their comfort zone. Their comfort zone is about this much. And if you get closer to that, they might think you're trying to if it's a man and a woman, they might think you're trying to get extra friendly, or in one way or the other, they're going to feel uncomfortable. So remember to respect that space if you're standing. The next thing is if you're sitting. What do I mean by if you're sitting? Well, let's look at this. This is what I've drawn on the board. It's like a sample of, let's say, a bus or a subway. So when you walk into the subway, let's say you walk in from here. Now, if there's nobody there, of course, if it's empty, you can sit wherever you want. But let's say you walk in, there's already somebody sitting here. Where would you sit? Well, it's not okay, if we follow the same rule that people like to have their space, it's not okay to go and sit here when there's all this other extra space here. So probably if the first person was sitting here, for example, a next person might come and sit here. Again, it's not a rule, but it's kind of an informal rule that everybody understands. So the next person might sit here because this is quite far away and, no questions, no making anybody feel uncomfortable. The next person might sit here and then here. Okay? So you see that these spots will probably be occupied first. And then what happens? Well, after that, some people might just stand, or then you start occupying the other spots next to the people who were there. But you don't occupy a spot next to someone until there are no other options left. Okay? This is not something that we talk about or that you might necessarily see written in a book, but it is something that is done in effect. And if you don't do that, people are going to wonder, what do you want? Are you being aggressive? Or is there something bad going to happen here? Or are you trying to be too friendly? So remember to respect space. And now, as I promised you, one last critical point. If you don't do this last thing, everything else you do here will probably not matter. So this is very important, and it has to do with body odor. Okay? What do I mean by that? I mean that you need to make sure that you don't smell bad. All right? That means everything from your mouth. So make sure you brush your teeth. If you've had something to eat which has some spices in it, make sure you use breath freshener. Otherwise, people are going to feel uncomfortable around you. Moving from your mouth down to your underarms, make sure that you use deodorant or an antiperspirant. People are not accustomed to the smell of sweat in North American societies or in English-speaking societies. And if you sweat and it smells, then people are going to avoid you. And they will not tell you because it's considered rather rude to speak about those kind of things. However, they will talk about it probably behind your back, which you really don't want, or you're just not going to have as successful an experience in a social context or a business context. But that's the reason why. So make sure you use deodorant or antiperspirant. Okay? Next, considering your entire body, make sure you shower regularly. And the last thing is also the clothes that you wear. Make sure you wash them regularly, and make sure if you have been somewhere, for example, a club or a restaurant with a lot of smells, make sure that your clothes don't keep that smell, because clothes tend to hang on to certain smells. For example, before you go for a job interview, if someone in your house is cooking, whether it's your mom or a roommate or your girlfriend or your wife or someone or your boyfriend, make sure you don't enter the kitchen, especially if they're cooking onions or something like that, because all that smell will stay on your clothes, and then people are going to smell that once you're outside of that environment, right? So make sure that any kind of food, smoke, tobacco, marijuana, alcohol, all these substances do cling or stick to our clothing. So make sure that your clothing doesn't smell of any of that, and make sure that you don't smell anything but good. All right? Now, that doesn't mean to drench yourself in cologne. No, don't do that. But make sure that you have a neutral smell, especially in an office environment. And if you do that, plus all of these things, you are going a very long way to being successful in an English-speaking environment. Thanks very much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe to my channel on YouTube. And also, if you'd like to do a quiz to review some of these points, go to our website, www.ingvid.com. Thanks very much. Bye for now.
Majesty bless, honorable, give thanks. That is a key thing, you know, how we carry ourselves and our odor. Because I hear people talk about them thing already, about some Rasta man, but I don't like them Rasta man, you know, them smell weird. So it's a thing where we must have, as Marcus say, before we leave out of our house, blow in your hand and smell your breath. Smell under your arm. Make sure you smell good. And them is words from the Honorable Prophet. Make sure you tie your shoes tied properly and your shoes clean. You know? God, the first impression, that be always a lasting impression. My Lord. Honorable Prophet Okito, blessed love.
Blessed love, Honorable Royal Chair, Honorable Priest, and we give thanks, my Lord. Thanks. So, the human anatomy of psychology. This refers to the relationship between the structure and the function of the human's body, particularly the brain and its psychological processes. Now, the human anatomy of psychology, it explores the physical aspects of our bodies, especially the nervous system and the brain, which influences our thoughts, feelings, behaviors, and our mental states. Now let's elaborate a bit on anatomy and physiology, brain and behavior, nervous system, neurotransmitters and hormones and interconnectedness. We're going to expound a little bit on those. Now, the anatomy is the study of the body's internal and external structures, while physiology is the study of how these structures function. The brain and behavior. Now, the brain, particularly the cerebrum, is the control center for psychological processes. Its structure and function are crucial for higher level cognitive functions like thinking, like memory, like language, and also decision making. Now, for the nervous system, this includes the brain and the spinal cord. And the nervous system plays a vital role in transmitting signals that influence our emotions, our behaviors, and the responses that we have to the environment. As for the neurotransmitters and the hormones, these chemical messengers, they influence various psychological states, which affect mood, motivation, and also the physical functions of the body. When we talk about interconnectedness, the human body is a complex system where different parts interact and influence each other. And that is what we talk about, we mean when we say interconnectedness of all the human parts. The understanding of this interconnectedness is important for a comprehensive understanding of psychology. Some examples, let's say anxiety. The amygdala, a part of the brain involving in processing emotions, plays a role in anxiety. Damage or abnormal function of this area can lead to increased anxiety. Or memory. Now, the hippocampus, another brain structure, is crucial for forming long-term memories, and damage to this area can result in memory problems. Sleep. The sleep-wake cycle is regulated by the hypothalamus. This is a part of the brain as well, and disruptions in this cycle can lead to sleep disorders, which can impact mood and cognitive functions. Mood. Neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine are involved in regulating mood. Imbalances in these chemicals can contribute to conditions like depression or mania. Blessed love, we continue.
Honorable Priest Lamont.
Blessed greetings, my Lord. Thanks.
My Lord.
All right. Continuing with mannerism. In psychiatry, mannerism and sorry, let me just get the phone in a better perspective. In psychiatry, mannerism are distinctive, often exaggerated behaviors or movements that deviate from typical social norms or expectations. They can be a symptom of various disorders, particularly those involving psychosis or motor abnormalities, like catatonia. Mannerisms are not necessarily diagnostic of a specific disorder, but require clinical evaluation to distinguish them from other related behaviors like stereotypes. Key aspects of mannerism in psychiatry. Definition. Mannerisms are unusual or exaggerated ways of performing actions that are part of normal behavior, but they are done in an unusual or grotesque way. Distinction from stereotypes. While both involve repetitive behaviors, mannerisms are typically goal-directed or circumstantial, whereas stereotypes are repetitive and not goal-directed, according to the Frontiers article. Wow, that went away. What's happening to my phone? True. Tune into your higher frequency. Am I having the right thing on my screen? Tune into your higher frequency.
No.
Something is happening to my screen though. I am seeing.
Supposed to be seeing examples.
Why am I
Supposed to be
not
seeing
seeing that?
examples.
Group icon, tune into your higher frequency. That's what I'm seeing here. Don't know what's happening to my thing.
Let me continue then for you. I will continue for the examples. A few times if you want.
Go ahead, priest. Go ahead.
Examples. A person might perform a common action like eating or walking in a manner that is exaggerated, unusual, or grotesque. Clinical significance. Mannerisms can interfere with social interactions, communication, and daily functioning.
I'm there now, please. Underlying conditions. Mannerisms can be associated with various conditions, including psychotic disorders, disorganized or abnormal motor behavior can be associated with psychotic disorders. Catatonia. Catatonia, a state of mental immobility or excitement, can be accompanied by mannerisms and stereotypes. Neurodevelopmental disorders. Mannerisms have been described in neurodevelopment disorders like autism spectrum disorder. It's not my screen, is it? Yes. All right.
Disorder.
So, yes. Autism spectrum disorder. Evaluation. A thorough evaluation is necessary to differentiate mannerism from other behaviors and to understand their potential impact on the individual. Examples of mannerism. A person might speak in a particular way using an unusual tone or voice or rhythm. A person might walk with a particular gait, such as tiptoeing or shuffling. A person might perform.
Not particular, peculiar.
Sorry, a peculiar gait, such as tiptoeing or shuffling. A person might perform a normal action like eating in an unusual way, such as drinking soup from a plate or avoiding utensils. A person might have peculiar body posture at rest or during movement. My Lord and Empress, to be continued.
Continue and reading and screen and royal text.
My lord.
Reading. Cultivating good mannerisms or etiquette involve intentional actions and habits that demonstrate respect, courtesy, and awareness of social norms. It's a process of developing positive characteristics that enhance interactions and create a favorable impression. Key characteristics of cultivating good mannerisms: respect and empathy. Showing respect for others, including peers, elders, and oneself, is a fundamental aspect of good manners. Empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of others, is crucial for effective communication and building relationships. Intentionality, being mindful of one's actions and words and making a conscious effort to be cooperative and helpful, demonstrates good manners. Communication and listening. Active listening, clear and respectful communication, and avoiding distractions are essential for fostering positive interaction. I will repeat that. Communication and listening. Active listening, clear and respectful communication, and avoiding distractions are essential. Pardon me, my screen again. Please. Essential for fostering positive interaction. Body language and posture. Maintaining a confident and respectful posture, being aware of personal space, and using appropriate facial expressions and gestures contribute to a positive overall impression. Positive attitude. Being friendly, cheerful, and showing gratitude are all signs of good manners. Self-control and courtesy. Demonstrating self-control, avoiding profanity, and showing courtesy in various situations, such as waiting in line or driving, are important aspects of good manners. Helpfulness and cooperation. Offering assistance to others when needed, whether it is holding a door open or carrying something, shows consideration and good manners. Avoiding negativity, refraining from gossip or negative comments about others demonstrates respect and good manners. Responsiveness. Responding to communication in a timely manner and avoiding ghosting shows consideration and respect. Self-awareness. Being aware of one's own mannerism and how they might impact others is a step towards cultivating better manners. Reflection. Regularly assess your own behavior and identify areas for improvement. Learning and observation. Observe others who exhibit good manners and learn from their examples. Practice and consistency. Make a conscious effort to practice good manners in various situations and consistently maintain them over time. Seek feedback. Ask trusted friends and family members for feedback on your mannerism. Mindfulness and awareness. Pay attention to your body language, tone of voice, and communication style, and make adjustments as needed. Develop positive traits. Focus on cultivating positive character traits such as kindness, empathy, and respect, which will naturally lead to better manners. Seek mentorship. Find a mentor who can provide guidance and support in your journey to cultivate better manners. Embrace continuous learning. Stay informed about social norms and etiquette guidelines to ensure your behavior is appropriate and respectful. In this world of chaos, we seek order. In this world of chaos, we see order taking the shape of Sahel unity. In every dark cloud, there is a silver lining. Today, as a Congress, we should recognize that we do not exist within a vacuum and are not insulated from the pangs of humanity. The darkness of sin in the world in which we were born also dims the light of truth on which we must strive. The negative energy affects us all. As such, we see the mannerisms of members among the Congress behaving in ways not acceptable to our way of life. As an order of the cloth, as priests, the disrespectful and aggressive mannerism in which certain members exercise their opinions or disagreements is reprehensible. There is bad doctrine being taught to the younger priests who have joined the fraternity since King Emmanuel transitioned. As a consequence of the misrepresentation of the Black Christ doctrine, the younger generation, while rejecting religion, are portraying negative dogma and extremism. What the Council of Elders seek to do is to identify the source of the problem and mandate corrective measures that will enable and foster unity and a divine order based on the principles of our ancestors. Holy Emmanuel, Haile Selassie, Jah Rastafari. We continue.
My Lord and Empress. And I do give thanks for these pointers. But as I did say from the beginning, we did start the poem, be good, be true, and don't forget to say please and thank you. And we see it carries us a very long way, you know, to be mannerable, you know, with manners. So we do give thanks for that presentation. And we're asking if anyone on the panel have any comment or anything to say. Freedom, my Lord and Empress. Blessed love. Floor is open, my Lord and Empress.
Yes, Honorable Priest, we would continue, and I would place a motion on the floor to turn the floor over to the Royal Empresses of the Women's Liberation League and let them continue on in their presentation as I and the rest of the family, be edified by the information that our royal sisters, mothers, daughters, wives are going to share with I and I in this moment. Blessed Lord.
Majesty, bless. To give thanks and Honorable Empress, floor is in your hands, Majesty.
Give thanks, my Lord and Empress, and all royal viewers. I hope you really took the time to get your pen and notepad for the wealth of information that just passed. All mothers and fathers, the well is not yet dry, because along with the Woman Freedom Liberation League in collaboration with the Council of Elders, we will be presenting the psychology of parenting. And I am Empress Dion. Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Understanding the psychology of parenting is not as complex as it sounds. There are general methods that is innate, naturally existing within parents. A mother's natural instinct is to nurture her children, providing all that input, all their necessary requirements. For example, love, attention, and the safety of embrace. These are natural instincts a mother possesses regarding her offspring. Complementing the mother's approach is the father's presence of security of providing a safe residence for the family and all requisite needs for the survival of the family. Parenting is both an innate skill and a learned process. As the old adage says, there are tricks in the trade and matches box in business. Meaning there are added methods that our foreparents understood that must be taught to young parents to assist them in the best parenting practices. For example, creating those elixirs our grandparents would often push in our mouths when there are signs of illnesses. Grandma always had something in a bottle that was a cure. Here again, it establishes the old narrative that says it takes a village to raise a child. There are different parenting styles used in growing children. These different approaches to parenting are developed by several mitigating factors. For example, how the parents was themselves grown, the characters of the individual, are they calm-spirited or aggressive, a nurturer or a disciplinarian, a career mom or a stay-at-home caregiver. Regardless of your circumstances, the duty of a parent is to provide safety, life necessities, and a happy environment for children to grow and learn. The parent is responsible to teach the children reverence of the Creator, etiquette, and responsibility, making sure your child understands action and consequence. It is also the duty of every parent to build confidence in their children by acknowledging their actions and rewarding, even if only in words, their good works and achievements, but also admonish their misgivings and bad behaviors. The building of a good character begins at home. Do not pass on the ways we know as parents we ourselves possess that are negative. We know a few. Use them as teaching examples of bad habits that are not to be nurtured. Continue and reading by another Royal Angel.
Honorable Empress Cindy, is she there?
Continue and reading. The psychology of parenting involves understanding how different parenting styles, behaviors, and practices impact children's development and well-being. It explores how parents' actions shape a child's emotional, cognitive, and social growth, as well as their relationships with others. Key areas of study include parenting styles, the parent-child relationship, and the influence of different parenting practices. Is the Honorable Empress in us yet?
I don't think so, you know.
Aspects of the psychology of parenting. Parenting styles. We have the authoritative, characterized by high responsiveness and high demands, promoting positive relationships and clear expectations. The authoritarian, high demands and low responsiveness, leading to strict rules and less flexibility. The permissive, high responsiveness and low demands, allowing children more freedom with fewer boundaries. The neglectful and uninvolved, low responsiveness and low demands, resulting in limited interaction and support. A YouTube video summarizes the 4 styles. 1, parent-child relationship. A secure and nurturing relationship is crucial for child's development. Parental warmth, acceptance, and responsiveness are linked to positive child outcomes. 2, impact of parenting, the child's development. Parenting styles can affect a child's academic achievement, social skills, and mental health. 3, the long-term effects. Positive parenting can lead to better relationships, mental health, and well-being in adulthood. 4, the importance of understanding parenting. It helps parents making informed decisions and create a supportive environment for their children. It informs interventions and support for families facing challenges. To be continued by another Royal Angel, Honorable Empress.
Blessed love, give thanks. Okay, I can continually. The importance of understanding parenting. It helps parents make informed decisions and create a supporting environment for their children. It informs intervention and supports families facing challenge. Positive parenting. Focus on building strong relationships, promoting emotional regulation, and fostering a sense of security in children. Additional consideration: cultural influences. Parenting practice can vary across culture. A stage of parenting. Parents adapt their roles as children grow and develop. The 4 C's. A helpful framework for positive parenting: care, consistency, choice, and consequence. Understanding the psychology of parenting is essential for creating a supportive and nurturing environment that promotes children's healthy development and well-being. Thank you, my Lord and Empress.
Blessed, did she finish it or she had to read the rest of them, Empress Trisha?
Yes, I give thanks for the presentation of the Empress so far.
Rastafari.
Now technology is, we have to work with it as imperfect as it is. So, yeah, it's a working process.
My Lord.
Yeah, understanding concept of parenting is very important. And there are different parenting styles, as we will see and hear here, as we get further into the presentation of the right.
In theory, there are only 4 styles of parenting. Authoritarian parents are controlling and demand obedience without considering the child's point of view. Permissive parents are loving but don't exert any control. There are no rules. Authoritative parents are firm but loving. They encourage independence within limits. Neglecting parents are uninvolved and often uninterested in their own child. Recently, a 5th style was proposed, but we will come back to that later. The styles range from controlling and demanding to complete freedom, and from cold
Big ideas.
and unresponsive to loving and receptive. Each authoritative, permissive, authoritarian and neglectful parents have their place. To understand what it means to grow up with parents from each end of the spectrum, we can imagine the lives of 4 children. Sarah's parents are authoritarian. They love their girl, but they believe that strict rules are important to make Sarah become well-behaved and fit into society. If Sarah cries, she's told to stop. If she talks back, she is sent to the corner for time out. If she forgets to take care of her chores around the house, she is not allowed to play with her toys. Sarah learns that suppressing her emotions and following her duties is the way to get through the day. To get the love of her parents and to avoid making them upset, she becomes obedient. However, because Sarah was never allowed to decide for herself or follow her intrinsic interests, as an adult, she doesn't know what she really wants. She begins living a life that seems perfect to her parents and society, but might leave her unhappy on the inside. Permissive parents, like those of Peter, enjoy their little boys so much that they believe they should fulfill all his wishes, give him full freedom, and never say no. Peter enjoys full control over his parents and gets whatever he wants. If he doesn't want to walk, he'll be carried. If he wants ice cream he gets. If he wants to play games, he'll be playing them all night. Peter grows up completely without borders and does whatever he thinks is right. He never coped with conflict, and he did not learn to control his emotions. The fact that he always got what he wanted made him a bad loser. As he grows older, he often acts inconsiderate and doesn't know his limits. Arthur's authoritative parents respect their child's needs, but believe that kids need freedom within certain limits. Arthur can freely play, but when he's done, he needs to help tidy up. He is allowed to eat ice cream, but only on Sundays. Screen time is limited to 30 minutes a day. There may be conflict, but the parents listen to what Arthur has to say and then lay down the rules. Arthur learns that some things are difficult, but his parents give him all the support he needs to get through it. He develops the strength to endure hardships and to continue following his interests and passions. In class, he bravely expresses his own opinions in an appropriate manner. During breaks, he can show his emotions and act freely. As an adult, he agrees to rules only after they have been discussed and he feels like he understands them. Neglectful parents are usually not present in their children's life. Nora often feels completely alone in the world. She experiences full freedom to do anything she wants to and has plenty of imagination, but she never receives any feedback or even attention. Nora realizes that it doesn't matter what she does because no one cares anyway. The lack of attention leads to a lack of trust in herself and others. She becomes insecurely attached, unable to form healthy relationships, and develops a negative image of herself. to stop feeling unworthy of love, she tries not to feel anything at all. In recent years, over-involved parents who are present in every aspect of their child's life are often referred to as the fifth style. These parents are also known as snowplows, removing obstacles out of their kids' path, or helicopter parents who hover about and micromanage every aspect of their child's life. Since they won't let their children do anything alone, the children can't learn to overcome challenges by themselves. Research infers that these children don't like to solve difficult problems, lack perseverance, and may even procrastinate in protest when something requires a lot of effort. Since most research on parenting is based on self-reports and was done in the US and Europe, it is not clear how strongly the observed effects will hold up in controlled observational experiments or in other parts of the world. The 4 parenting styles were first introduced by psychologist Diana Baumrind. For good parenting, she advised balance of demandingness and responsiveness. Add to that the wise words of Maria Montessori to never help a child with a task at which he feels he can succeed, and parents should do pretty well. What do you think? Should parents resort to a specific style, or should they decide what's best to do in a given situation, as long as they don't neglect or abuse their child? To download this video without background music and learn more about the topic, visit sproutschools.com. For a free masterclass on attachment parenting, see the link in the description below.
My lord, an empress. Well, the empress them, Majesty Bet, Empress Dion.
Greetings. Can the eyes hear me?
Yes, I.
Yes, I give thanks once again for this beautiful moment. Parenting in the 21st century is characterized by a complex web of challenges and opportunities shaped by technology, involving societal values and the demands of a rapid changing world. Parents need to be adaptable, aware of their children's digital world, and prioritize self-care while navigating the complexities of modern family life. Continue. Challenges and opportunities. Technology's impact. The digital age presents both challenges and opportunities. Parents must help their children navigate online safety, manage screen time, and understand the ethical implications of technology. However, technology can also be a powerful tool for education, communication, and connection, enriching children's lives. Work-life balance. Many families are juggling work and family responsibilities, leading to increased stress and the need for effective time management. Mental health. Children are facing increasing pressures and mental health challenges. Parents need to be aware of these issues and provide support and resources for their children. Diverse family structures. The 21st century sees a wide range of family structures, from single-parent households to blended families. Parents need to be flexible and adaptable to meeting the needs of their families. Global awareness. Children are exposed to a wider world through technology and media. Parents need to help them develop a global perspective and understanding of diverse cultures. Individualized education and development. Parents are increasingly recognizing the importance of supporting their children's individual interests, talents, and identities, fostering a sense of self-discovery and exploration. Strategies for effective parenting. Embrace imperfection. Understand that no one is perfect. Repeating, understand that no one is a perfect parent. Focus on being good enough and prioritize positive parenting techniques. Limit social media consumption. Be mindful of the impact of social media on children's mental health and well-being. To be continued.
Greetings, royal family. Give thanks, Empress Karima. Continuing. Trust your instincts. While seeking advice is valuable, trust your intuition about what works best for your child and family. Practice gratitude. Focus on the positive aspects of parenting and appreciate the joys of raising children. Prioritize self-care. Take time for yourself to recharge and maintain perspective. Set boundaries. Establish clear boundaries and expectations for children's behavior, both online and offline. Stay connected. Be involved in your children's activities, both online and offline, and provide support when needed. Monitor and teach safe online behavior. Be aware of potential dangers online and teach children about responsible online behavior. Teach emotional regulation. Help children develop emotional intelligence and learn to manage their emotions effectively. Redirect energy. Encourage children to engage in physical activities and other creative outlets to channel their energy constructively. Communicate effectively. Create open and honest communication channels with your children, fostering a sense of trust and understanding. Spend quality time. Make time for meaningful interactions with your children, focusing on their needs and interests. Teach children about your values and beliefs, providing them with a moral compass and guiding principles. Celebrate differences. Acknowledge and celebrate your child's unique identity, fostering a sense of self-acceptance and belonging. To be continued. Blessed.
A blessed love, my lord and empresses, and to the royal viewers. As a parent growing children within the Rastafari liberty and as Bobo Shanti, in the past it was challenging, being that our cultural and religious practices collided on occasions. Firstly, children were prohibited from attending Babylon schools, and even if we could send our children, they were not allowed to attend school with their locks and were permitted to wear turban or tams. Another factor was that teachers back then were religious and tended to impose their beliefs on their students. This caused confusion with the children who were taught one concept at home and another at school from a society established authoritative figure, not having our own schools to reaffirm our culture and faith. Sending lion cubs to be taught by bears will create a problem. The Congress lacks the proper settings and institutions to foster family structure. It was a boot camp where harsh environment was accepted as a means to keep our mindset in sojourner mode, being prepared to repatriate to a moment's notice. But the reality is it has been centuries and many generations that have lived and died waiting for the right to return. Trying to raise a family in such environment has done irreparable damage to many youths who grew up in the camp and later on had to survive in the world. Without education or trained skills, that child had to scratch and scrape for everything they needed in a world driven by education. Also, developing social skills is essential to finding a good mate, as well as to be able to function in the work environment. Socializing among their peers and in the community is also important in our bid to coexist. In conclusion, the approach of the administration of the Congress and Rastafari in general needs to be revised, and modern methods of institution building must exceed religious and sentimental feelings of equipping the youths with the required tools for survival. Survival is our aim as good parents. Blessed love, my Lord, and Empresses. Give thanks.
Yeah. Give thanks, Royal Empresses of the Women's Freedom Liberation League, for such informative parenting information. Yes, Honorable Chair, we have reached that segment where we will open up the floor for discussion on both topics as they were presented. Back to the chair. Not hearing you clearly, Honorable Priest.
Yeah, no better.
Yes, my lord.
Give thanks because I have that
we're losing you again, my lord.
Yeah, well, the floor is open for any questions that you have, from both segments of the program. Yeah, the floor is open, my lord. Bless you.
With the chair, I will lead off if I am given permission by the chair. Royal Chair.
Freedom and I was free.
Yes, my lord. Yeah, we started off with mannerism. What is mannerism? And it went basic with general manners. The thank you and you're welcome. Excuse me. The general, basic manners that we are taught by our parents growing up. But then we want to take it a bit wider as a family and as a Congress. And a Congress, as we know, has a parliamentary procedural structure to it. So what that means is that we are a governing body. Government within our government, as the culture goes. So proper etiquette, or what they call decorum, is essential to our function. And that applies in several areas. One being personal interaction as members, members who have become family. Because while we came from different walks of life, different places and all of that, our teaching, our way of life, fosters that family environment, where we become our brothers and sister's keeper, looking out for one another in a meaningful and real way, not as the world, practices out there. And I won't criticize the world in a general sense, because there are institutions out there, there are churches and other institutions out there that tend to their flock in a meaningful way. So we won't be hypocritical or false in sharing our information. We want to be practical. Now, as a Congress ourselves, we have to look at our function, the mannerisms. Introspection is very important, as you heard in the video. Asking for one's opinion on how I personal behavior is, in a general sense, and also looking at our mannerism as a group. Globally, we see a decline and a decay in moral standards, in ethical behaviors. We see it happening in politics, as we saw in various places like the US, and our islands here itself, where decorum sometimes get thrown out the window, and mudslinging and character assassination becomes the order of the day. Now, among I self as Rastafari and as Bobo Ashanti, priests and empresses, we are held to a higher standard than that of the average societal norm, being that a priesthood order is supposed to set the highest attainable human standard for themselves, and in so doing for their constituents. Now, if that being the truth, then we have to look deeply at our interaction together and how we present ourselves to the public. And I will leave it there for the rest of the panel and other members to add to the substance of the discussion. Blessed love, family. The Royal Chair, I will reestablish his statement. The floor is open for comments, concerns, statements, observations, questions. Yeah, all are welcome.
Blessed love, royal family. I guess I will start.
Right.
Yes, giving thanks and honor to the Council of Elders for this topic, that we're discussing, because I feel like this is the foundation of how, as adults, we govern ourselves. It's very important to teach mannerisms and have proper parenting, for our youth. And again, I give myself, I say this humbly, but I give myself a pat on the back, because I was very determined myself to be the greatest mother I could possibly be, having a pretty decent childhood. I also dealt with some trauma, because, our parents are our parents, but they deal with their lives and their past and their traumas. And as each generation grows and journeys through, life, you develop new skills and you become a better person for yourself and then as a parent. And so I must say, because of some of the experiences, the good and the bad and the ugly, and some of the traumas that I've had as a child, it helped me to be the best parent I could be. And I was having a conversation with my son this morning, and it brought me to tears a bit, because I was determined that I made sure that I had the proper mannerisms. I had the proper parenting skills to make sure that my children did not deal with trauma. I would say, based on the 4 or 5 different characteristics of parenting, I would say that I was probably authoritative, meaning I gave clear direction, and I was very serious about them my children knowing how to govern themselves, but I also gave them the room to be themselves. And I think the most important thing too that I offered to them was an opinion, and when they did move in a way that was incorrect, I didn't scold them in a way that was physical. I made sure that I didn't want to have to correct them by hitting them or violence, right? But I got my tail beat, And even with that, there was love that was given to me afterwards. Parenting styles are different, but I took a different route. I see the power in reasoning. When a child moves in an incorrect way, you sit and you reason with them as to why their behavior is incorrect and how it could affect them in a positive or negative manner. And with that, instead of just being authoritative and scolding them without explaining why, could lead a child feeling powerless, not just as a child, but as an adult. And so I'm very grateful for this conversation, because as we seek to have a brighter future, especially for African children, it is most important that we ourselves heal from our own traumas, look back to our past and see where there's ways that we could have been raised up differently and adapt to those things. Because as a teacher, oftentimes what I see amongst our children is that they don't have the proper guidance. And again, based on the definitions or the stages or styles of parenting that we've seen, a lot of it is permissible and neglectful, and we can see that in our youth. And so I just think it's very important that this discussion that we're having is an ongoing thing, and we reflect on our own lives to see where we need to heal so that we can be better for our children, and to reflect on our past to see where we can change some things up, so that our children can move in a better way. I give thanks for this topic. Blessed love.
Glorify Royal Empress. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's a good start to the conversation. You gave a good perspective on modern views of growing a child. Because as we know, the old version of growing the child was that children should be seen and not heard. Meaning, apart from being quiet, that their opinions didn't matter. They were just to follow the law of the parent. And if they didn't, corporal punishment was the order of the day. Now, we're not criticizing, because most of I and I grew out of that. And many of I and I can look forward at grandma's sternness and dad's, principles, and now see the value in them because of what we see taking place in society today. We see that parenting is non-existent. Education has failed the youths. The religion has totally confused and caused major problems in our African community. I cannot speak for any other community but my own. The African community has been discombobulated by religion. So all those institutions have not helped us as a people to get to where we need to get to be healed and to become wholesome in ourselves. So this discussion of mannerism, identifying what is proper mannerism, first of all, because if we don't know, we can't teach it to the children. So we have to identify what first is proper mannerism for us as adults. First, engaging each other, because if the children learn what they are taught, what they see, they are gonna pattern. So now when they see us as adults always attacking one another, always gossiping about one another and lambasting one another and character assassinating one another, what is it that we are teaching and what is it that they are learning? And then now we wonder why our communities and our country and the world in general has gone the direction that it has gone. where we see wars, rumors of wars, leaders giving orders to kill mothers and children without any concern. You understand? Going against all human rights as declared by the Human Rights Charter. See, so we need to identify as a people, as a group, as families, as parents, what the proper mannerism of I and I is supposed to be, and thereafter establish it and teach it. So the younger generation do not come and duplicate our indiscretions. Bless the Lord, family. Royal Chair, are you up and accessible?
Yeah, and I have a brief can hold it for a moment there. I need them to come into this blood out there.
My Lord. Yes, family. So the floor is open. I am listening to you. Royal Empress Karima, the floor is yours.
Yes, give thanks once again, to the royal family, protocol already established. Give thanks again as well for the listening audience and those who is to hear even after the recording. I do give thanks for such an important discussion as we see where the world is today at this present moment as a result of, some of the things that we've been speaking of, which is, unfortunately, the religious teachings that have been forced upon us. As we speak, I'm seeing where the effects of the colonialism and the whipping and, the demoralization of our original standards have been embedded in us so much that our parenting skills have been affected. And not only our parenting skills, but our youth have been affected. So, I do give thanks once again for this reasoning. I would also agree with our Honorable Sister Akim. When it comes to parenting, I do also align myself with that authoritative way of parenting, because again, I do agree that it's important for us as parents to lead the way, guide our children, establish authority as far as what the do's and don'ts should be, but also give them the opportunity to express themselves, through play, through culture, through arts, and one of the things that I've realized as we speak about the Rastafari community, we've been so caught up on standards and trying to follow standards that we have forgotten the importance of self-development, through imagination, because imagination gives us vision, and in having vision, that gives us the insight, to build character. And that's why it's important for us to free children enough for them to develop character. Because at the end of the day, they are the future. They are the ones that are supposed to bring forward the liberty in such a way that it can perpetuate in a way that is very effective. And in doing such, they also have to understand their role, and not, just try to follow standards only. The mannerism is very important as well, even as parents, regardless of the style, that is approached when it comes to parenting children. Some of our ancient customs, for example, where parents or adults would have discussions, disagreements, it was one of our ancient traditions to separate ourselves from among children when having imperative discussions or, disagreements, as to protect children, because that's one of the things that we lost too, the protection of our children, when it comes to their mental, emotional stability. It was important for us to make that separation, because then that wouldn't influence a child's mind in a negative way, to view any of the parents or any of the adults or even the situation with bias, So I do give thanks for the importance of us understanding the different mannerism that we should hold as Rastafari as we continue to grow and even become more and more integrated, not only within society, but within, the cultural environments that we find ourselves in, because any part of the world that you go, you will find Rastafari. And then even repatriation, which is one of the things that we have to remember, that we are always having in our forefront. You know, our mannerism and the way we deal with ourselves and deal with our children will also determine the type of future that we will inherit, our children will inherit, and what we will also, as adults, have to face, even when our children are the ones that are leading and, you know, in control. Because as we know, once a man, twice a child. So if you, you know, didn't deal with your child a certain way and had a certain mannerism, then you wouldn't be able to expect that your child can do the same for you in your stages when you become like a child again. You know, so it's just important again for us to be able to establish again those things that are necessary, but also embrace the fact that each one is an individual, each one has a part to do with humanity and something that, you know, they came forward through the creator to bring forward. So we don't ever want to find ourselves stifling that, but also, you know, establish those things that keep our youths grounded. So once again, give thanks for this positive reasoning, to be continued.
Blessed,
Empress
blessed,
Maisie,
blessed Empress.
Empress Maisie,
Yes,
then Empress
they're
Germaine.
coming. All right, coming to the floor in a second. To add to what the Empress, Royal Empress Akim Karima just said. Yeah, it's very important that we look at our old parenting styles, as we would call them, or categorize them today. The typology of how we did it. Now, in a camp setting, it was a boot camp, as we know. The camp at 10 Miles Bull Bay, established by the Black Christ, King Emmanuel, Charles Edwards, was a boot camp for training leaders, training priests, training empresses for the spiritual leadership of the African nation. And in so doing, the environment was not one of what we would say palace living, because we were sojourning. You know, we were in sojourner mode, always prepared at a moment's notice to pack up and move. You understand? We were always in anticipation of the fulfillment of the Honorable Prophet Marcus Garvey's vision that miles of Starliner would fill up the harbor and we would be repatriated. Now, in waiting for that right of return, centuries have passed, many generations have passed on. Our environment hasn't changed or didn't change to be youth friendly. What do I mean? Yeah, we have a high standard of living spiritually, but it is geared towards adults. Seeing the lengthy fasting, the 6-hour service. Now, for us to carry our infants into adult constructive service, for them to sit for 6 hours with nothing for them prepared, then again, that's almost cruel and unusual punishment. We might not have, because we didn't know any better, we did not acknowledge that, but we are seeing the results of that oversight in this time by looking at the children that were grown in the order, that were born to I and I. A person like myself who has several children that were born in this liberty, that I grew in this liberty, but don't find the value in this liberty the way I do. Now, I'm not saying they don't love the liberty, you know, they respect it and they give credence to it, but they don't find the level of value as I did. You understand? Wherein I devoted my life as early as I was aware of my consciousness to the liberty until this moment. Now, the reason being, there was nothing constructed to enhance that value of I&I liberty among the youth. They were expected to just gravitate to it from I&I perspective, seeing everything through I&I vision. When they are, like the Empress just said, they are individuals with their own hopes and aspirations, their own understanding of life, which we taught them and fostered in them. See, but when it was to be given room to express itself and to develop and to become what it should become naturally, we did not create that environment. So this is where now we look, and there is no shame in not knowing. The shame is in when you do come to that realization, not doing something to rectify it. The floor is open. Mama Maisie, the floor is yours, Mama.
Blessed greetings, beloved family. Heart of
Love,
love
love,
and
love.
blessing to one and all. I do give thanks for the councils of elders and Women Freedom Liberation League, putting on this wonderful program. I say congratulations again to all the brothers and sisters who put this program together, that it can be heard. This topic here is very passionate for me. It's about the children. I give thanks to all the speakers who come up and read values, attitude, respect, and manners and everything, that should our children display amongst each other, amongst elders, as they grow up in life. I give thanks, for all what's said and done. I feel good. And I said to you all again, my brothers and sisters, congratulations to put this program together. It is well done. I am not going to go off point, but my passionate about the children, which I prayed for every morning, as mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, and to see what is happening to God's children, the little ones. Bible said, suffer the little children to come unto me and forbid them not, for such is the kingdom of heaven. So, kingdom of Zion. So when we see, worldwide, not only in Jamaica, but it is happening all over the world, of the gruesome act,
Yes.
the lynching,
Yes, Mama.
the rape, the murder,
Yeah.
the
Yeah, Mama.
suffering of these children who did not ask to come into the world by us parents, but
True, Mama.
they come, right? And so with proper guidance and teaching and love, from the parents should be towards these children, right? But as I say, enough of the parents does not know how to really groom the children. It is not like us when we were growing up, we didn't have the quality things that these children have now, right? But
True.
we grow up
True.
with respect, manners as we go along. You could never pass Miss Jane or Mass John on the road and don't say good morning or good afternoon or good evening, because they don't think twice. If you draw a whip and clap your bottom, you couldn't go and tell your parents, say, Mass John beat me, cause then they're going to say, then I won't beat you for me never. So you get more licks. So we grow up with
Yeah.
that.
Tell the truth, Mama. Tell the truth, Mama. Yes,
Right?
Mom.
Yes, we grew up with that teaching. That means that when we see each other, we say good morning, good afternoon. And that is the value. Respect and manners, no matter how you're rich, and no matter the education you have, respect and manners will carry you through the world. You understand? So these parents, young parents, you know, don't understand to teach. And I'm not going to say all, but some of these parents need teaching themselves because they have attitude. Then not time for them pitney. Then tell them bad word. Them run them when them come to them for guidance or say, mommy, daddy, can you spend some time with me? Girl, boy, may not have the time. You see, and because the parents does not have the time to spend with their children, then find somebody else, some migrant ones, or some parents who don't have that value to teach them. And so that's why you see the young children them are going to stray, and they find themselves in gangs, them find themselves in groups that have no ability amongst themselves, so they cannot give them proper guidance. And 2 minutes time, they find themselves in all kind of problem, even get themselves killed. They find themselves doing drugs, they find themselves thieving, holding guns, and these things, because children doesn't grow by themselves. Children grows by the parents. You understand? Sometimes when my mother beat we say, Lord, and we would have said, Mama wicked. But Mama not really wicked. Mama was training us. You understand? And to be who we are today. If my mama never trained me and teach me the values, who I am, that when I come up and have children, I can teach them what she teach me. How would my children be today? How would my 3 sons and 4 daughters and 16 grandchildren and 3 what would I tell them? What values would I instill in them if I didn't get a proper teaching from my mama? You understand? So all this we coming from the parents, right? And I'm happy today that mother and father is on this program. It is a wonderful program. You understand? But we have to do something more than this. We have to continue. One program cannot do, because the children them are suffering. Last week, a 9-year-old one was raped and murdered. Her life cut short. All right? The same week, another 2 more, 2 10-year-old, 2 sisters was raped. And it goes on and on and on and on. No family, mothers, fathers. What are we going to do? Probably you're saying it's not your child, but you never know when it can come at your step. You never know when you're going to have it to deal with. You see? So we have to do something. We have to say something. The league, the mother, I am looking on, say, we should, write the minister, adjust it. So government need to do something about these young children, that they will be the generation of tomorrow. What kind of generation will be tomorrow in the state that our children are in right now? The mind state. Some of them are hang themselves. Some of them have worries, all kind of thing. What kind of government they can rule or being a proper parent when they grow up in life? I'm not going to say much. I give thanks. I give thanks for this program. I am not at home, but I make sure I don't have internet, but I make sure I buy credit, because I said this cannot miss me. And so far, I feel pleased of what I heard. I thank my sisters, them, the secretaries, them, another Empress. I thank my brothers, the priests, them, to put this program together. I thank you all. May God bless you as we continue to talk about our future generation, our children, beautiful children of God. God bless you.
Yes, Mama. Yes, Mama. Give thanks. Yeah, man. Well said and well presented. Yeah, that is the royal mother of the EABIC, Mother Miriam. giving her passionate statement about parenting, good parenting practices for our children. One of her pet peeves, she has always, as you hear, she has her own tribe of children. So she is a consummate mother, always concerned about not just those in her care, but the nation of African children. Yeah, we give thanks, mother. Next on the platform, yes, my lord.
Yeah.
Blessed love, my Lord.
Yes,
Priest,
Honorable.
Priest Jermaine, then Priest Lamar.
Hold on 1 second. Yeah, hold on 1 second. Honorable Priest Hines was saying something. Honorable Priest Hines,
Yeah, we do.
you're ready for your,
Yeah.
you're ready to regain your chair, my lord.
Right, Lord. Yeah. We give thanks
All right, man.
for the strength. Give thanks on every Empress Maisie as a matter of fact. See what you want to initiate this topic. So we glorify that God have fulfilled that meditation. We live on what children do what they see and say what they hear. And at this moment we could rein Savannah, one of these Sundays where we want to have the youth storytelling program where the mothers them can come on with the children and we have some stories, some moral stories. Remember when they were small and mama and them telling me story, so we want to create that on one of these programs. So my Lord and Empress. Empress Fisher, you can call who next.
Priest
Yeah,
Jermaine.
Honorable.
Priest
Yes,
Jermaine.
Honorable. One quick statement. He's talking about reviving family, our oral tradition of storytelling. See, that is what poetry came out of, and what you see today as dub poetry and all of that came out of. Our oral tradition of storytelling. It's a way in which we pass on our history, one, and we share messages and good moral and ethics among the family. We put it in a palatable way, both for the children and for the adults, that it can be received and understood. Honorable Priest Jermaine.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks for yet another blessed day. Give thanks for yet another wonderful reasoning, about parenting, the values of parenting and what child should grow and all these things there, I want to put in where, celestially, we have to remember each and every individual. When we born with an earth strong, or we call a birthday. And your birthday is lined up basically to a sunrise and where the moon was and where a certain planet was at a certain time, And I would say that play into your personality and your character as an individual. As you know, they have the zodiac, or we call the signs of the ecliptic belt, where, each one of us was born on a specific sign. And like I say, that determines, certain values and, personality, character about that individual. And to add to that also, is in your environment, because I could born here today and another individual born at the same time, but based on how that individual grow, that will also determine, how that person's character is. The first 7 years of a child's life are crucial period for the brain development and setting the foundation for long life, health, and success. During this time, a child's brain forms millions of neural connections every minute, and they develop crucial social skills, attachment styles, and emotional understanding. Key aspects of the first 7 years: brain development. The brain undergoes rapid development with a significant increase in size and complexity by age 7.
social and emotional development. Children learn social norms, communication skills, and relationship dynamics through interactions with caregivers and peers. Attachment styles. Secure attachments with primary caregivers lay the foundation for healthy relationships throughout life. Emotional intelligence. Children develop the ability to understand, manage, and express their emotions, as well as recognize and respect the feelings of others. Foundation for future success. The experiences and skills developed during these early years influence a child's overall well-being, future academic and career prospects, and social stability. Vulnerability to environmental factors. Children are more vulnerable to the effects of environmental factors on their development, immune, and neurological systems. I once went to a place, I was looking employment, and when I walk in the office, they had this thing on the wall, and it stuck with me when I read it, It said, beauty and youth will fade. Personality and character last a lifetime. And I never forget that quotation there, from the day I read it. You know what I mean? And it goes to I and I again, like the Empress was reasoning, don't want to go over what each and every one says. But even in I and I personal life, I grew up with my grandparents. I was born in St. Thomas, but I was fortunate to come here to St. Kitts. Like it's stating, the first 7 years of my life, I was 6 years old when I came to St. Kitts and lived with my grandparents. And the different things that they instilled in me still live with me till this day. Even the way I grew my own children. You know what I mean? And I would like to say, that this program here, I hope that it reached the ears of those who it really need to reach, like we say within our creed, the hungry be fed, the naked be clothed, the sick nourished, and the aged protected, and the infants cared for, So I give thanks, my Lord, and bless the Lord.
Chris Lamont. He's here. Unmute your mic, Chris Lamont.
I have a Chris Lamont, my hand.
Royal educator. Yeah, Honorable Chris Lamont.
To the chair, Honorable Chris Brown. Greetings to all.
Blessed love, Chris Brown. Can go on to
Well, I
the
guess we
next
can
one.
move on after Chris Lamont. Yeah. Yeah, man.
Empress, since Empress Karima went already, we'll give Empress Gahina a moment.
Call her to the floor. Acknowledge our honorable chair.
Empress Daima, can unmute your mic.
Bless the love, our family.
Blessed love.
Yeah, give thanks for life, bless the life, give thanks for health and strength, and give thanks for all righteous work going through. Yeah, give thanks for the right international love, my Lord and Empress. Yeah, the youths of today, they need help. They need serious help. What capture them, some of them so, but they need help. And some of Anna's parents, villagers, feel them in some way, what? But you love our family, I didn't can hear, right?
Yes, Empress.
Oh, give thanks. Yeah. True. Yeah. And I'm looking to life. Some of the words of our parents creeped into our upbringing of our children, even though we said with our mouth, I'm not going to do that, I'm not going to do this, no harshness, reason, and so forth. It creeped in a little bit. Somewhere along the line, it creeped in. Because one of my princess was 27 to tell me, and I thought that was a bit harsh. And we never realized that we was doing it. We didn't realize that we was off. We wanted to go them with love. Royal love, international love. But we fell along the way some way. I look at the colonial way slipped in a little bit. But as parents, we have to learn to accept. Not to say where we go wrong sometimes. We have to just ask for pardon. We have to learn from our mistakes and go forward and try again. We all slip and slide a little bit along the way. But when God rise you back up, it's a lesson He's showing you. Is what you do in lesson which He has taught you. Yeah, our youth need help, serious help, because if we don't, they're going to get captured by Babylon and live in jails. 8 youth, me and my kingman had, and plus 2 spiritual, and 10 grandchildren, and 1 extra spiritual one also. 10. And we see the behaviors of them change. Their behavior is way different from our I, yes. Some will glorify the teaching of our parents discipline us, but not me. I didn't want to get disciplined and share respect with harshness. I wanted love to show me the right way to do things. I wanted love to show me how to raise my child. I didn't want no harshness or no fear or no beatings or no nothing. I wanted love to show me how to be a good mother. And because certain colonial ways was sent my way, a bit of it creeped into my children. If I was growing and taught with love, all I could show them back is love. But all we can do, we're not human and we're not perfect. All we can do is ask for pardon and learn from the mistake you have done and move forward. This is a very, very important topic. Very important topic, because if our children don't pick up the mantle, we will demise. We will be demised, and I've been saying this for years. When the youth them is young, they stand beside you, but they don't know no better. When them find themselves, they're leaving us, because what we are doing is not enough for them. It's in the behavior of I, the way we do things, and like one of them presidents said, we didn't give them a voice. We just dictate to them. We got told up, you respect your elders. We got told you respect your elders, but I said to my youth, we all respect each other. We all respect each other, because we got told you respect your elders, even when they're abusing I or doing things I know what they're not supposed to. We have to still, good morning, Mr. John, you all right?
Yeah.
By respecting your elders, they could do what they want with you, and you couldn't voice it to your parents, you couldn't voice it to anyone, because you have to respect your elders. So I told my youth, respect each other. Respect each other. Yes, very important topic, and I give thanks to the one who brought it forward, and I give thanks to all the engineers who engineered that it could come on this reasoning today. And I give thanks to the love, and I pray for peace, and I pray for love, and I pray for honor, and I pray for respect, and I pray for forgiveness, and I pray for wants to ask for pardon, that the Black Christ Faith Foundation can rise the way the Father taught I. Because it's not going to rise when there's ones out there hurting, and they're hurting so bad. It's not going to rise fully. You're going to always have a drawdown and a drawback, because there's some sad souls out there. My prayers to loved ones, you did that wrong, ask for pardon, and say you can and go forward again. With these 3 words, Honorable Empress, my Lord, and Empress, Prince and Princesses, well, gods and goddesses, I leave with no love, peace and love, right international love. Give thanks for the moment. It's the moment of reason, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks.
Majesty, bless Empress Taima. Give thanks for such kind words and such insightful messages. Glorify the God. Empress Fisher, who up next?
Empress Cindy.
All right, Empress Cindy, you can unmute your mic. The floor is yours. You love it.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. give thanks for the reason going through, and I apologize for my lateness. But to add to the conversation, I as far as the different parenting, the different parenting styles that were talked about earlier. As for me, I'm still trying to figure out what my parenting style is. And the way that I grew up in the 80s and what my parents and how my grandparents taught me, what they taught me, is a little bit different now. What how my children are being raised. Not to say that I'm not raising them to be respectful, to have manners, but it's a little bit different now. It's a work in progress. And I'll give you an example. So something that the Empress just uttered about, you know, being respectful towards the elders them, even if the elders them were, you know, not so kind or were rude. When my grandparents had company or we would go to people's houses them, the first thing that me and my sister had to do was to greet the elders. And it's something that we used to say in Spanish is like, bless me. You have to ask them to bless you, and it's called bendición. So you would say bendición, auntie, whoever, or bendición, grandma, or whatever. And that's something that was instilled in me and my sister from when we were very little. And when, you know, the adults would get ready to have conversations, we would have to leave and go to a different room. We were not allowed to interject. We were not allowed to interrupt. We were not allowed to be in the room when adults were speaking. And that's just how they taught us. And so in today's day and age, I know I have a friend, and her parenting skills or her parenting ways is a lot different from my own, meaning that if there's an event going on or there's something going on, she would consult, and she's a Caribbean woman, she would consult with her children and ask them their opinion. It's instead of her being the adult and making the decision for her children, she would let them make the decisions for her. And I don't necessarily agree with that parenting skill or that parenting style, I should say, but that's her and that's what she wants to do. And I find that in the West, this is what goes on. The West allows the child to be in the adult position, and not and basically the adults have to stay behind or do what the child says, because if you don't, you can get arrested, you can get your children taken away from you, a whole thing. And I don't agree with that. And it's prevalent in anything that we do. Like I remember back in the days, like, if a child was out of hand, you can get a beating in the street, or a neighbor could hit you, or a neighbor could tell your parent, oh, I saw Cindy up the block kissing a boy, or something like that. It was just a lot different than how it is now. Now, children will call the cops on their parents and they could lie and say, oh, I'm being beat or something like that. So what I'm saying, in the West, they put the power in the child's of the hands, the power in the child's of the children's hands. And I'm, it's a work in progress, raising my children. My older daughter still lacks the kind of like mannerisms that I had coming up as a youth. Me and my king men are working with her, and it's not an easy task, but we're working with her to get her to understand that these are the things that she has to learn, because it's a foundation. Because if she doesn't have respect for elders, she's not going to have respect for herself. And so another thing I wanted to add is that what I find with parenting skills, and I'm sorry to be long-winded, but there's certain children that are born that have I don't want to say special needs, but sometimes they develop things along the way. It can be, exposure, the environment that they've been exposed to. It could be they come from a single parent household, what have you. It could be a generational thing where in that family, they have gone through a lot of things, and that keeps on growing as time goes on. Sometimes, children could be obedient and listen and do as their parents say. And then some children, they are very challenging, and you need to learn how to work with that child in order for them to get to where they need to get to and guide them along their path into adulthood. So it's not a one size fits all when you're raising a child, because I can raise my child to be respectful, and maybe another parent is raising their child to just do whatever they want to do and not have respect for elders. So that's all I have to share. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress.
Blessed love, Honorable Empress Cindy. Very key point. Mighty point. Yes, Empress.
Priest Adigan, Priest Nappy, I see you in a few. Priest Adigan.
Lord and Empress, blessed Lord, give thanks. Yes, give thanks for every moment of reasoning, give thanks for the fellowship, and give thanks for the giving of thanks. Yeah. Well, I'm on presently is father of 8 offspring, because them is not children again, no, them is big adults, I don't have no thing, but I do have some grandchildren, which is 9, and yeah, some I moved to spiritualist celestial, cause lose one to premature and all of these things. But that aside, different characters, like it's Empress touch, little golf build up even in my man household. It's personal, but I'm enough to go to little golf between even me and one of my siblings right now. We're not talking, but and it's like she's remembering things from her childhood where she says she suffered at my hand, which I'm oblivious to it, and it kind of hurts, but it's something where I have to address. You understand? So we all have different methods. It's like me, for example, me and my caretaker mother, she always come to me and she said she was brutal to I, and she apologizing for being brutal to her, and constantly, every time I visited, this kept coming up, and it needle die. And try man now said that I did forgive her to the level that I can't reminisce on everything bad, because she did some great things, considering she didn't grow me with something and no father was there. You understand? She left Jamaica in 1965 with I inside of her, and she, my father wanted her to born me and leave me there. She come over here, and things even happen over here that certain family members wanted her to give me to them, because they couldn't conceive a certain child at a certain time. You understand? So, but my mom said, no, I didn't give him away when he was in Jamaica. I'm not going to give him away here when I didn't born him and live in Jamaica when I requested to do so. So my mother nurtured me in a way, because she had to be father and mother. And sometimes I look at even how we were brought up, and even some of the brutal, how we would get scolded then. I think it's mimicking what Bakra Massa really teach the elders down the line, that kind of scolding, we get. But when I said it was needling me, after a while, I said to my mom, please, don't bring up that. When you see I don't want to be presented before you as a epitome of guilt for anything you might have rendered bad towards me. And she never hear me the first time, and she bring it up and mention it to Empress, and me said to Empress, tell Inat, which is my word for mother, tell her, say, if she keep bring it up, me now come back our house, and it have to go stay there, because I'm not want to be the reminder or the epitome of guilt. That me have to tell. I have to go to that extreme for her to tell her for her to stop bringing it up. No, yes, it was rough and it wasn't nice, but I don't hold it. I don't hold it. Where some of my offsprings on the other hand, they hold it, but I don't hold it. I don't, you know, I haven't got that time and that any. I'm glad that I got around certain things and that she's a Christian as she is and I am a Rastafari, but we get on good and I see her every week now and she always calling up on I to do so. Up to today she needed something really done and she have her grandchildren head around and is I way out from her area. And I make her way and I do what I have to do for her. So well give thanks that even I mother is here now and I here at 59 and I could have keep that relationship. But you know, some of them did rough, but give thanks for the good way them do same way, because it wasn't all bad. You know, and I know I all right so far at the moment, you know, in the
Yeah.
land of the living. So give thanks to each and everyone, you know, just one little factor. Just let me just say this one little part. And another thing, I'm born the 1st of January, my grandma born the 1st of January. And funny enough, my mother looked at me one day and said to me, "You're foolish like your grandmother." And we said, "What do you mean?" And she said, "I don't mean it. Oh, you're hearing it." She said, "You got one heart and you will give it away and kill yourself." She said, "That's what your And my mother always tell me I'm a male, but she sees a lot of traits in as her son what was in my grandmother. So, you know, yeah, that's what my mother tell me. She said a lot of traits in your eye, which my grandma passed for a while now. She was born in 1912. But you know, my mother looked and said that I am a reminder of her mom. You know, so give thanks. All blessing.
Honorable Priest Earl and then Priest Snappy. Unmute your mic, Priest Earl.
Yes, Royal Family, one perfect love again. Beautiful reasoning. But I was saying, comparing to the father and the mother, as you know, just like how Marcus gave a father, they'd leave him, you know, a well, or something like that, that he was digging. But the mother wouldn't take that approach.
That's grave.
Yeah, but the mother wouldn't really take that approach. So this is the father approach have a little different and the mother approach have a little softer way, you know what I mean? So the angle that I was saying, one perfect.
So we give thanks, Honorable Priest Earl. Priest Snappy? You were saying something, please. Priest Snappy?
My mic, is it unmuted?
It was a
Can
few.
you?
we hear you now.
All right, give thanks again, family, for the informative read, you know. I can only speak from personal experience. You know, I grew up with a large family with mom and dad there. I was the last of the family, you know, of the sons, you know. My mom had 5 sons and 1 daughter. And I would say I follow the same parenting style that they grew us up on. I mean, I remember I get more beaten than the rest of them. You know, being, I guess, the younger one, I'm mischievous and all of that. But I never take it as being brutal. You know, it never it make me feel, say, boy, I get abused and all of that. No, I understand clearly well the parameters, and if I cross it, I get a beating. I accept it. You know, so that is how I grew up my youth them too. You know what I mean? I'm not just quick to beat. You know, but if there's a time when they have to get a touch, they don't have to get a touch. And if they don't have to get a touch, them don't get it, because I'm not gonna just lick you for dust, lick you out of the way like that. You know what I mean? It's not something you quickly resort to, you know. But I'm saying it's all about how much you administrate, you know. So it don't become abusive, you know, and that's the problem with a lot of parents have, you know, it's like them take out them frustration and the children, you know. That's why we don't to ascribe to, you know, beatings. in that way. But I'm saying, you know, in my case, I did get a little bit and it was well enough for me. It never come nowhere to me. And the same way I administrate to my youth them still, you know. Every children and every families, I guess, a little bit different things happening, you know. As I said, my mom and dad, I left Jamaica when I was 13 years old and went to live in Brooklyn with my mom. You know, so I started to grow with my mom from 13 years old, but I was well founded from my father from all of these years. We, you know, grown up as being strict. You know, him is a firm person, but it's not like, you see, we wasn't bad youth. If we was bad youth, then them would have tightened the noose upon us. Because I remember all a 12-year-old, my father passed and said with my friend in Pan Road at about 1 o'clock and blow him on. Just pop and blow him on and me yell him and my brother, Mikey, who that? I'm saying, my father, what? Your father see a road and no, because I'm there cutting away. And him know someone not choose fool friend and get in a easy. You know, so they did allow us a lot of trust. And we never betrayed that trust. And it's all about the child. You know, me I deal with some youth need more tightening up the rein. And if you don't have to tighten the rein and a whole heap away, you have to let them go and make them experience life. You know, that's how I see it. You know, so it's all about the child and all of that too, you know, and the temperament of the child. My Lord and Empress.
Give thanks, Honorable Christina.
Thank you.
1 second, please, Islander. Priest Brown, you had your mic open. Was it that you wanted to speak? Priest Brown?
Minister of the Pen, Priest Elvis Brown.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
Blessed.
Oh, do give thanks for the royal congregation, give thanks for all royal settings. Let me go straight into it. As one who has, when I say faced challenges from youth, so begin to put it straight to you. I wasn't prepared for like up to 2 people play a game where we don't know it go, but I was a result. So my Lord, I'm very aware of what abuse is all about. But through all of that, there were very positive situations around me which taught me the fear of the way of Christ then. The principles of Christ earlier, and to respect and to balance out everything, you know. So we know, so that has carried me through and has not implicated upon my character. You know, give thanks for that the negative things never really take hold upon me, you know. Concerning, you know, the principles, you know, that where God say first begin with the man say, you are gods and children of the Most High. So when it comes to mannerism, we should all have that respect and dignity and that best regards for each other. You know, principles, standards, important in developing good character. So to add to what everyone has said from morning, and I know that morals and principles, integrity and standards are key components in developing a sound character for one to even assert themselves, attain as the status as gods and goddess. My Lord and Empress, give thanks to such pleasant review. It is like, it is really, for me, a revision and a re-education of oneself, preparing us for future development. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress.
Give my Lord, President, Medicaid. Yes, go ahead.
You wanted to say, no, go ahead and finish your thought. You were finishing your thoughts?
Yeah, I just share one example here. When I was like 50 years old, my mother looked for me and tell me, so she apologized to me for beating me. She talked about this one incident where it was raining, so she gave me her purse to hold and she lifted me up, 4 years old, and she had the umbrella. But when I reached home, it kind of like me drop the purse. And my mother said, boy, I tell you, to me put a beating on you. And now me is a big woman and my grandmother. I look into it and say, but this is a 4-year-old youth. Well, you know, him a 1, 2, 3, 4, you know? And she apologized to me for that. But in my family, my mother is the one who do the teaching, and me get enough fight too, you know. But growing up, my picnic them now never beat me. To beat me, youth man, I was one guy or two. Not even beat, but you know, chastising. But it's a thing I did look into it and see a practice what it manifests from even from slavery days. Because when you look at times gone by, generations gone by, and the black man go nowadays, a boy them a call him, you know. And all kind, he not have no respect, he not have no power, no authority. But you see, when he come home, him run things now, you know. Yeah, see, that him are the man of the house. So you find him have that stern, you know, say to him, nah. So it's a kind of a reflection or a neo kind of a spin-off of our plight in captivity coming through the air, and it come down the pipe, and then they reinforce it with spare the rod and spoil the child. You know what I mean? So if you look back into it, our fathers back in the day, probably not even our generation, but 2-3 generations before we, the only power them had was in the household, and they run it strict. You know, and that kind of trickle down through the DNA, how we rear our children. So even now it's starting at this 21st century, you know, everything bringing up to the surface and burning up at top for whatever buried them and see back. So if everything I get reviewed, knowledge is information is prevalent now, good and bad. You know, old people learning things but they never hear before. So it's a good thing to review this, and the parents who are bringing up the children nowadays face a greater challenge than even I and I, who had our children 40 years ago, you know. So we give thanks that the Honorable Empress Macy bring up this program and to see how the God move to us all. You know, say, because we hear Empress saying this, she actually studied this in college. So give thanks for the council of elders, you know, who are keeping in a way to say, uplifting our moral and ethnic values, you know, integrity, and these high standard values that a human being can attain onto, which naturally transform into God in flesh, a man, a woman. Rasta. Blessed love, my Lord and Emperor. Floor open, my Lord and Emperor.
To the chair, Majesty.
Majesty, bless my Lord.
Yes, Honorable. Just want to joke a little point in here. As you listening today, I speak what came to my mind, you know. And listen to everyone. The parenting and, you know, these styles that we identify and all of that. You know, back in our ancestral time, in antiquity, it took a village to grow a child. So the child had experience of all the styles of parenting, because the village was that child's world and the village was that child's parent. So from that child step out of the door, the moral standards were enforced all along that child's journey right back until they get back home. Because that was the village life. That means that anyone that see him going lean had the authority to straighten him up and to do what was necessary to enlighten him to his indiscretion. See, so that old adage, it takes a village to grow a child, is a serious, what you would say now, prescription to child parenting. Because even our children that we have grown, if we look at how we think we have the entire influence over them, you know? But check it out. School, they spend 8 hours in school. See, then when them come home, you spend an hour amongst you, if that much. All right, get a maximum 2 hours amongst you, if that's that much. But then there is also, in their generation time, social media, gadgets, TV, video games, another set of distraction that influences them. So how much influence do we really have over our youth compared to back in the day when it took the village to grow the child? When that child left home, that child went out and interacted with other village children. They created their environment of childhood, meaning they made their toys like how I and I grew up. We used to make kite and gig and play marble and make all kinds of, skate. And we didn't buy toys back in my time. We created toys. And that was something that we were taught. So that existed before I and I, when the village was still somewhat of the village. See? But we have lost all of that through modernity. The whole rites of passage initiative of how a child is developed through the community. Seeing the community, knowing the characteristics of all the children within the community, knowing so that one they carry an angry spirit or a stubborn spirit or whatever it is. We knew one another's children. We were able to nurture one another's children. So a person with a more enlightened vibe was able to take that stubborn spirited child and sit them down and share certain stories with them and certain ideals with them that help remove that stubbornness from that child. We have lost those methodologies. And that is what we want to now recreate in a modern way. Seeing we are doing without any tools. We are relying on Babylon tools. See, just what they tell us about parenting and growing children. Just what the society establishes. And as we have come to know, nothing that they have created that is successful in their world was created off of I and I. Even the medicines that we buy at the pharmacies, they were not created with people of color specifically in mind. That means that the research wasn't done on people of color, except for the negative research. Give thanks.
Give thanks. Priest Ilamna.
Bless the Lord of the Royal House. Priest Dexter, I don't know if he on. He can mute the mic. He wanted to hail the house. I don't know if you hear him. Priest Dexter, hearing? You find out to unmute the mic? Maybe he didn't get to unmute the mic yet. But I give thanks, for the council of elders. Give thanks for the reasoning. Yeah, I was brought up in a home with both parents. Yeah, we used to get beat. If we disobey, we get beat. But I don't find we get a lot of beating. We were kind of obedient children, like the sixth child. So I had like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elders over me. And one of my elder brothers, and sister, they're the ones who take on Black Power movement and stuff. So at an early age, I was influenced into the Black culture, respecting Africa and all of that. On my mother's side, she's from Vieques, like the Honorable Empress Otterel. In Vieques, the people them speak Spanish there. Well, they didn't used to speak Spanish until Columbus reached. But when you address any of the elders, like I think it was Empress Cindy who said, when you see the elder, your auntie, your older uncle or anything, you say bendición. And that would mean blessing. And then the elder one would say, Dios te acompañe, which means God be with you. See? So with my children now, I have 5 children. I was very strict with them. They used to get a beating. I pick my tantan whip or my tambran whip, and I will correct them when they need to be corrected. But one thing with me, I have my own take it on to, if my children say, but daddy this or that, and then mother say, well, shut up. I will say, no. Don't tell them to shut up. Let me hear what they have to say. And I would allow my children them to express whatever they felt. Instead of like, just shut your mouth and don't say nothing. I want to hear what you say, and then I would reason with them and show them why I corrected them. And I think that was a great way of raising my children. You know, I still got my faults with it too, still, I would say. But my daughter will always remind me, like if children misbehave, she would say, Daddy, you think I should get a tantan whip for them? You remember when you used to beat me with tantan whip? And I would tell them, yeah, but only if I do something wrong. And my children, I would take them a lot. I take them fishing, take them to the beach. I try to spend a lot of time with them as they was growing up. Sometimes we go to the lagoon. I teach them how to throw net. The first time my daughter threw a net, she catch fish. I'll do it in open properly. You know, and we will be at the lagoon sometimes from, let's say we go now, we might not come back till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. And we would clean fish up there, fry fish. I would work with everything, frying pan, coconut, the husks on the coconut, them to light fire, wood, seasoning, everything. So I would just have them enjoy themselves. And when I telling them, okay, let's go home, it might be 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, nobody want to go home. But when you see it get late, 12, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and I say, okay, time to go home. When all of them get in the vehicle, everybody drop sleep. So when I reach home now, I got to pick up all these children, one by one, and carry them in the house to try to wake whoever awake and walk. You know, but that's how I raise my children, and I allow them to rebut me. I allow them to express whatever they had in them. My Lord and Empress. Give them.
Give thanks, Honorable Priest, to the chair.
Give thanks to God, cry, I with power to be young and here and have much example.
Background noise, Priest.
Blessed.
One is making a lot of background noise.
Well, the floor is open.
Give thanks. Give thanks, royal family. Give thanks. And I would like to add a little to what you said earlier, Priest Ainsley, when you glorify the Council of Elders for putting all this information. But I'd like to also add the Women Freedom Liberation League to that clause, because give thanks for our royal sisters showing up and showing out today. You know, I know we have made our honorable leading Empress Miriam happy mom today. So we do give
you do. Yes, you do. Thank you.
But I would like to say, you know, this information that we're given, the psychology of mannerism and the psychology of parenting is very important because, like Honorable Empress Cindy said, she did take that class in her college courses, and I myself had to take those classes. So some of I and I have to, although this information is on the World Wide Web, some of I and I did have to pay in order to get a lot of this information, in order to get those credits that we needed, to further our education. So I'd like ones to really, really take this information that was disseminated today very serious, because manners itself takes you a long way in life. That is a saying that our elders have always said. Our parents have grown us up with morals and values, and we want to be a part of the things. Our parents have grown us up with moral and values, and we give thanks for those good parents that we had in our corner. And even if it's not your mother, your father, that auntie, or that uncle, or that neighbor that took you in, that took very good care of you, made sure that you had a hot meal, made sure that you took a bath, make sure that you had fresh clothing, and all the necessities, parents and family members making certain that you did get the education that you needed at the time when you needed it, so that we can all be productive citizens in this society. So we do give thanks for those elders who brought us through even some of the most difficult times, because there's some of our youth who are really, really going through some difficult times, and they only need that hand, that loving hand, or that loving one to come and, help them get through it. So we glorify in those ones who have taken on that mantle. And for those parents, a lot of our elders, like when we say our grandparents and so forth, they didn't come up in what we would call love today. So a lot of them don't know how to say, I love you. A lot of them don't know how to hug you. A lot of them don't even want to take care of their grandchildren, etc., etc. But there are those of us who are there for ours and have learned, and we may have had a great grandparent who could not have done, but throughout the years with knowledge, and with the love of our parents and the ones around now, that village life, we do give thanks for those that allowed us to show love to those youths around us. I work in a school environment, and I'd like to say, as many bad children as we may think that there is out there, there are 100 times more good children out there. There are children who are really going through some difficult moments in their lives because of circumstances, but they are persevering in their studies, and they're persevering in their lives, and they want to be, the best them that they can be. So we give thanks and glorify in those ones. There are always ones who will be on the wayside. And despite the fact, and like I said, I do work in a school, and we had some boys, some really tough youths, that did things outside of the norm or what was expected of them, but they showed respect. And that's what they want. When you respect them, they respect you. You teach them manners, you teach them, you speak to them, you don't speak down to them, even to little ones. When you're scolding or a young child, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, you don't stand up and tower over them, because that breaks them down, that breaks their moral spirit down. You go down to their level and you speak to them, even if you have to speak hard or harsh to them, but you go down to their level. Researchers have shown that when you have that eye contact with youths, not standing over them, hovering, that they are very more receptive to what you're trying to teach them. So we give thanks for all that knowledge. We ourselves tend to make, and Empress Cindy touched on a point a little while ago, but we ourselves try to make life a little easier, or a lot easier than what our parents did for us. They did it. Their parents were harsh. Their parents might have been a neglectful child, but not neglectful in a not neglected in a bad way, but maybe that parent had to work 12 hours a day to ensure that the family ate or the rent was paid or what have you. So they were not there. But they still taught us morals and values and showed us. I pray they once can please keep your mics muted until we're done. And they showed us all the things, gave us all the basics that we needed to persevere in life. So there, I would like to also say, I myself was raised with my mom, but with my grandma. And grandma made sure every single day we came home, we had hot plates of food. And for that, I am grateful. But unfortunately, some of us had to work 2 jobs, sometimes 3 jobs, and we're not able to give that to our children. So we pacify the child by maybe giving them things while still teaching them morals and values and, you know, what is expected of them and helping them to make right decisions, allowing them to make their decisions and allow them to hit into that brick wall. And then they come back to you and they tell you, no, mom, you know what you said was correct, blah, 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 you know? So we glorify in all that we do. We are not perfect. We are only good enough. Just like the passage that Empress Karima read, you know, we just try to be the best of who we can be as parents and moving forward. And we're grateful for all those teachings. As I'd like to touch briefly on mannerisms, because it seems like we're more focusing on one than the other. And, you know, like I said before, manners do take you a long way in life. The way that you see life, the way that you perceive life, the things that you do, your character, building good character skills, good work ethics, you know, trying to be the best you that you can be. My Lord and Empress, give thanks. And the floor is
Chair.
And the floor is open. Honorable Priest
Yes.
as well does have his hand up.
That means Sister Trish, please, me have no hand up. Oh.
Go ahead, Mama.
Oh, I thought you said someone have their hand up. All right, sis, give thanks again for the freedom of putting another few words. Is somebody speaking?
Go ahead, Empress Miriam.
Okay, thank you, Sister Tricia. Give thanks again, you know, for all what you have said. Powerful words, beloved. And give thanks to all contribution today, you know, on this wonderful, powerful, yet still, it is a sad topic, you know, but we are getting there. We thank again for all the speakers. So, as a mother, I said, I am a proud mother today, right? But I'm not going to take it alone. My husband, Honorable Priest Sedley, was the best father of all. And I'm saying this because how he groom his children, you know, and how he take care of them. Stern with them, but yet still a loving, a kind, a wonderful father to his children. Who, even though it's busy time, who take time out to listen to his princess and prince, who talk to them about life. Because you know, when children reach double figures and going up, that's part is difficult in their life. Those age, from 10, 11, 12 going up, they call it adolescent, right? I hope I'm calling those right, because you know me and call it right. If I'm not, please correct me, because I'm learning. And so those time in you know, when they reach up to that time of year, they're very, very vulnerable. You understand? And their meditation is all over the place. They are not settled. You understand? And that's where they need us most as parents, to guide them in the proper way and to teach them, you know, what kind of future is before them. As adolescents, you're growing up to be man and woman in couple years to come. So that is the time when parents are supposed to stick by their children, right? And to guide in the way that they know how, that their children will not go astray. You know, when I was growing up, I wasn't living with my mother. I was more with my grandmother, and that grandmother doesn't joke. And whatever she taught me, it was very, very good. And I have what she taught me till now. You understand? I give thanks again for the children. You know why? Because when we are teaching them, they take it in. You have children when anyone is talking to them, where the parents are, our friends are big people, so they're definitely the cock one is are going through both ears and they're not listening. And when things happen to them, they say if them did know, they would have listened to mother. Many times I've heard children saying that. When they find themselves in trouble, they find it to mother, my or my grandmother will be in this. No, family. I want us to really look of what is happening to our children and what we can do to stand in the gap for the children. Not only my children or your children in the neighborhood, your next door children, the children in the country that you reside in. You're hearing news about the children in Finland, in other countries, you know, that happened to the children of tomorrow. I'm asking the congregation, I'm asking the fathers, I'm asking the mothers, the aunties, you know, what can we do to protect our children? You know, I want to hear, what can we do, you know, to protect with children in this time? Who can we write to? You know, we have to do something. Understand? It is painful to listen. It is heart-rending to know that it's life. God give the children them life. And when they are 2, the other day they trouble a 3-year-old one. Look at that. 2-year-old one, look at that. You understand, family? I give thanks, because as I grow in life, I'm learning about children. And today I learned more what I hear on the videos. You understand? So I will be more in tune with my grandchildren to give them more teaching, you know, about this life. Oh, children. Love is the key. You understand? Love conquers all. You understand? We have to pay more time to our children. You know, listen to them. You understand? Guide them, take them, cover them, be with them. And you will get more out of your children. I am not going to listen to my children. I am the mother. Me. But yet still, I have to listen to them too. But my word is the last word. But I'm going to give them a little freedom too. I'm not going to be, we have to have equality for one and for all. So family, I give thanks for today's meeting. And we must continue on. And every week we come on Elder Council meeting or on the league's meeting or any meeting. Set a little part to talk about the children and what we can do to help the children. Pray for them. Okay? So I thank you again for these few words as I continue to listen on this wonderful program. Thank you again, honorable sisters. You are blessed, you are powerful. Blessed love.
That's that love and bread. Down. So I go, friend.
Priest Dexter, welcome, Priest Dexter.
Blessed love to one and all. Yeah, give thanks and honor to hear the reason, man. Love it, love it, love it. So I give thanks. So I give thanks for the meeting, and I just check in, but I've been trying to catch in from a long time, but I didn't know what to touch. But I give thanks for knowing now. So honor, and I'm listening. Give thanks. Father, bless one and all. Blessed, my Lord, and impresses our strength. I'm here. Bless.
Okay, Priest Aswan and
To
then
the chair.
Cindy. Priest Aswan and then Empress Cindy.
Thank you kindly. Empresses, royal empresses, brethren. It is such a important day today. I'm hearing all the solutions. I'm hearing all the situations, but I'm not hearing too much solutions. And we need to have solutions for our situation. It is my philosophy that mannerisms are distinctive and often exaggerated peculiar behaviors or movements that deviate from typical social norms or expectations and can manifest in gesture, posture, facial expressions, speech patterns, overall demeanor. When mannerism becomes persistent, inappropriate, or marked different from persons with a typical behavior, they can be indicative of an underlying mental condition. Key aspects of mannerism and psychiatry in mannerism is mannerism are just not random movements. They are characteristics of an individual and often have a unique quality, a kind of exaggerated odd. They can involve normal actions.
Didn't we just read that? Didn't we just read that? It was on early.
No, priest.
It was on. Yes,
no,
it
was
wasn't.
never on.
That wasn't part of the reading, so it sounded familiar to me. Priest Rasawana, didn't we read that before? Go ahead, please.
Yes, Majesty.
Did we read that before, Empress?
Yes, yes, we did.
Yeah, we read all of that space in the early. That was the presentation. Cause no I hearing that before. So you could sum it up.
Let me continue. I was writing, right? I was writing. I do my own thing. I wasn't hearing. I was cooking that time. All right. So mannerism is considered an inappropriate act. You said that too, Empress?
Read all of that, yeah. That whole thing where you're reading there was read.
Diverse presentations were read. Examples
All
of
that.
mannerism was read.
So just sum it up. Give me your summation from that information where you have. Give us your
Go ahead,
sum.
go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Empress Cindy.
Blessed love once again. To add to the discussion, I wanted to say a couple of things. Number one, I feel that this conversation is very important to have, especially, learning about parenting styles and skills and mannerisms and all of that. But let's not forget that what we learned, what our ancestors learned in Africa is not, what continued on over here when they were brought to the West. So a lot of the mannerisms and stuff of the things that we do now that we showing our children is from a Western perspective, from a Western standpoint. And the reason why I say that is because in certain African cultures, let's say in Ghana, I recall hearing from an elder one time that when you are reprimanding a Ghanaian child, they are not to look you in the eyes when when the adult is reprimanding you, because by their child looking you in the eyes, that's a form of disrespect. So they have to look down. Another cultural way of showing mannerisms and respect, let's say the Yoruba culture. The Yoruba youths are taught to prostrate or kneel down when they're greeting an elder. The Igbo women are taught to kneel down or go even down on their knees when they're greeting their parents. You understand? These are not things that we're teaching our children nowadays. A lot of this stuff is lost. You know, I don't know if people know about these ways, but these ways is not really being taught to the young generation now. And being that what I stated earlier about how in the West they let the children overrun the parents' them. Well, if they keep on doing that, respect is going to go out the window. These ways are not going to continue with them because of all the influences, the negative influences they see on social media, they see in the street. You know, what a one is doing up the road or up the block, they think that they can do that too. And it's not right. And secondly, I wanted to say that I do give thanks for Empress Trisha and what she and her kind sentiment towards my words, and I really do appreciate what she said. And I wanted to bless up the Women's Freedom Liberation League for coming together and coming out strong. So give thanks, honorable empresses and my lord. Give thanks.
Love.
Just let now, Empress, Lord, bye. Floor is open. Shall we have anyone in line?
We have Empress Karima. 3 minutes.
Go ahead, Empress Karima.
Yes, family. Once again, give thanks. And I also agree with Sister Cindy, Empress Cindy, because that was, the basis of, when I first spoke, some of the things that were beaten out of us and the culture and religion that was enforced upon us. We could see the result of that right now, even in our parenting, we were forced to do certain things and our youths were forced to do certain things with the authoritarian type of mentality so that they can't find any identity for themselves and be able to contribute to community. And also the culture in itself in America, as our sister mentioned, is part of the Willie Lynch syndrome. Because one of the things that they also did in his letter, when he talks about the light skin against the dark and the men against the women, they also said the parents against the children and children against their parents. So that's something that we also have to remember, that we have to unlearn and get rid of from our levity, so that I can be able to go forward and build a stronger set of youths that are going to parent based on how, I knew it to be, and even greater, So this is why, again, returning to our culture, and as Emmanuel did mention to us, trying to make freedom, redemption, and international repatriation one of the main goals and objectives for I, because that's the only way we can be able to fully retrieve that essence of who we are as a people, exercise our sovereign right, and not have to face, judgment or being able to get a police call on us for disciplining our children. Yes, there's children that are being abused, they are being victimized. But again, as our sister mentioned, and as I mentioned before, our adults, although we had a certain level of respect for our adults that were taught to us, one of the main things was that our adults have a certain level of respect for us as well as children growing up. So that has to be instilled. That reciprocation has to be instilled and remembered in order for us to go forward and grow. Another aspect that I wanted to bring to this conversation is the reality of the standard of life, right? Children are raising children right now. It's no more parents raising children unless there's a mother determined to stay home or there's an agreement with the parents, okay, dad, I have the opportunity to have a better job than you, or maybe a higher paying job, I'll go out to work and dad stay home. In some cases that works, you know, but there's moms that feel uncomfortable if their daughters are, you know, if it's daughters, so to speak, you know, and you know, those are some of the things that we have to look at. This standard that we're living in, there's not even grandparents at home, aunts, uncles at home that could even assist when it comes to raising children. It's parenting should not be reliant on just the biological mother and father. As we know, that is not an African culture or tradition either. You know, so those are just some of the different aspects that I'm looking at too that cause this that we're facing today. And you know, the reality that those things must change. And you know, I could just see more and more why even Emmanuel spoke about, you know, the black woman, you know, strapping herself with the black string around her belly and, you know, standing up for her freedom, redemption, and international repatriation for her rights. You know, and once we do that as women, systems are going to change. You know, because right now the person that's working the most is the black woman. You know, unfortunately, a lot of us are left to do, you know, single family, whereas we are left with single family homes. And as a result, children are raising children, or they're left to the streets to raise, and mothers trying their best. But if we decide, look, our children are priority, you know, and this is why the sisterhood is important again, and being able to unify as sisters, look out for each other, help each other. These are critical areas that has to be addressed and has to be rectified moving forward, even in the Rastafari community, so that our village raising a child mentality can really, really, really be fulfilled. Because it can't be done by just the male and female, the biological mother and father, and still try to keep a standard of living up, you know? So give thanks once again for this reason, man. That's just some aspects of it that we have to look at, that standard of living that we're living in, and the fact that we need to fully repatriate. Yes, we are starting right now repatriating within ourselves, because just having this topic in itself shows that we're revolutionizing the way parenting and mannerism is being done. So that's a plus. We give thanks for that. So moving forward, you know, let's make our calling and election sure, and you know that freedom, redemption, international repatriation will give us the opportunity to live the life that we desire to live.
To the chair,
Yes, Honorable Empress, go ahead.
Empress Karima, one thing that you said for clarity's sake, when you was talking about raising of the children, and something I just need clarification with, and correct me if I'm wrong, you stated something about not just a man and a woman raising a child, but it has to be family oriented too. Can you just elaborate a little bit more on that? Because I wasn't clear on what you said. When you
Why I
phrase it
mentioned
in
that
terms
is,
of African ways of life.
yes, precisely, because there was always a grandmother around. There was always, you know, probably another sister around. Sorry, somebody speaking?
Go ahead, Empress.
Oh, yes. What I was saying is, shouldn't be just the biological mother and father's responsibility only to raise a child. And when I say that, it was in terms of, like I said, it's the social norms that we live in, the standards that we live in, where parents have to work, parents have to provide to keep up with the cost of living. Relying even in a family where there's mother and father, both parents working, it can't work like that. You know, it's obvious that it can't work like that. And why I express that, you know, it should be more than just the biological mother and father, again, to give them the ability to do what they have to do and not neglect the child. Because the person in I'm sorry, that's my grandson. The person that is most important right now that is being developed is the child. So even though parents have to work and do what they got to do to bring home, it should never be children raising children or them being left to raise themselves. So it should always have some direct connection with either uncle or aunt, grandmother, you know. And again, this has to do with morality, mannerism, principle, etiquette, because some people have tried that route and have been disappointed too by uncles, aunts, you know, because children have been molested by people. It's a fact. that people that have been molested by those closest to them and not strangers. So, those are things that have to be implemented when I speak about, the village setting and us having more than just a mother and father to raise children. It comes along again with that etiquette. It comes with that mannerism. It comes with that respect, not only for adults, but for the child. That's why I expressed the fact that elders always, and you also, our sister Cindy, spoke about the fact that certain things weren't spoken of in front of children. Arguments weren't done in front of children, and that was because of respect for the child as well. It wasn't just to say, well, okay, this is not your place, or, that was a form of respect for children as well. It's a reciprocal behavior. I hope I answered your question.
You surely did, Empress, Honorable Empress, and I do give thanks. The only thing I have to say to that is that there has to be some kind of cohesion where, yes, there's respect, but your family members also have to respect your way of life. Because if I'm a Rasta and my sister's not a Rasta and I don't eat certain things and she eats certain things, she has to respect the fact that I don't give my children that to eat. I'll give you an example of my own personal life. My mother doesn't understand really my liberty, and she thinks that because she's the grandmother and because the way she grew me up, where we celebrated Christmas and we do this and that, she's not respecting of the fact that I don't do those things, and I don't desire for my children to learn those ways either. So then she has this thing where she'll make me feel bad because I grew up with those things, but she thinks I'm kind of like not neglecting, but taking that away, that aspect away from of my children to know about those ways. And as much as I try to, educate her and school her, not that she needs schooling because she's an elder, but just try to teach her things that showing her where these things come from. It's not always an easy task, and sometimes the battle, we can kind of like butt heads because she don't really get where I'm coming from. So it's a struggle, on my end at times. And even if I have to step out and I say, I don't want my children watching cartoons, please don't put the TV on. Behind my back, she will do it. So that she's not respecting what I'm telling her. So that's just a little thing about me and my family members here. Give thanks.
I understand what you're saying, and I totally respect that. That's why I went also and covered that part by saying the sisterhood. The sisterhood is very important, and the
That's it.
mannerism, the etiquette, the respect is very important when it comes to the village mentality. And that's why I mentioned the fact that we do have situations where people, failed their family members by molestation, by, lack of respect, like you said. And even like for me, for example, my grandson, his father is very strict in the way, his father and my daughter, because she's been raised a certain way, but she also meet this brother from Jamaica. He's a Garveyite, and he's very conscious of the way he eats. He studies Dr. Sebi and the way Dr. Sebi eats and stuff like that, and how he taught us that we should eat. And one of the things he doesn't do is feed his child rice. It could be wrong rice, it could be black rice, it could be red rice. He doesn't give him rice at all. So like when he's at my home, I naturally have to respect that. So I avoid giving him rice. I would make sure he has his squash. I would have his pomfu, his chickpeas, whatever necessary, just to respect his parents, although he's my grandchild. So again, it goes back to etiquette, mannerism, respect, in order for it to work as a village,
All right. Give thanks. Give thanks. Give thanks, Honorable Empresses. I am to the chair. I'd like to maybe take the conversation in a little different direction about more on the mannerisms and the things that are happening within the liberty itself that is stagnating the culture, or that's stagnating the Bobo Shanti liberty from going to that next level, to attaining highest attaining the highest potential that we can have as members of this liberty, my Lord and Empress.
Yeah, through the chair. Yes, man. Yeah, give thanks, Empress, for redirecting the convo. Mannerism, very important, aspect, because it plays into the whole parenting concept as well. Now, as we talk about mannerism, I am prompted to share a way in which we as Rastafari once conducted ourselves. When I first came into the Bobo Liberty, the priesthood order, it was a beautiful moment in time. Now I remember, as part of our natural process, the first time I experienced this, I am moving through with other Bobo. We are on the road selling broom. And way down the bottom of a street in Kingston, I spot another Bobo. And the Bobo spot I at the same time. And from a distance away, you hear, "Whoa!" Then you hear, "My Lord!" And from that distance away, you see the setup, I start to bow. And we start to greet. And we bow. Until I reach close to one another. And when we reach in the presence of each other, each is quoting a psalm. Each is quoting a hymn, something from a hymn. Each is quoting, statements of endearment to each other as we greet. And you could see round about the regular people in awe of what is going on. Everyone stopping time and just observing what is going on between the two set of races, the two set of priests. And we greet and we and it's a vibe. You feel the love, you feel the joy of seeing one another. Seeing? Now in the African way, there's another way in which we greet each other that bonds us together, that we are no longer practicing on the level that we should. Where when we greet, there is a three-pronged greeting where you hug on one side of the face and then on the other side of the face, and you seal back on the side you started. These are ancient ways of greeting one another from back then that fashioned unity, that fashioned brotherhood and sisterhood. Those ancient African principles and practices. And like one of the sisters said, we have lost those. And some of those is what we need to bring forward now into our midst. That will re-energize, back that level of respect that we need to have for each other and to be able to pass on to the youth. Because if the youth don't see I practicing it, then how can we expect them to practice it? How can we require them to practice it when we are not setting the example? Yeah, give thanks.
To the chair.
Majesty, go ahead, Emperor.
Rasabana. So true, Majesty, when you speak of, the respect that we had for each other back into the days. But into the 90s, when I come to the camp, 1979, praise God for that day that I came and saw and visited with my own eyes. That joy and respect. I just said, you could see a mile and you see your brother appear joy and bowing and, laughter and thing, and everybody start to look at us because we are doing something that they don't know about. And my Lord, into the camp, I was taught by some children, and they told me, if I pass a bridge 100 times, I must bow and say, blessed love. And they teach me which one of my hands. I could never pass my brother or my sister and don't reverence them. That will be a problem for me. You understand? But it is totally different now. It is totally different because is even the camp. You better them not greeting you anymore. They hardly on the street. So all of that love and teaching and blessing and that we were taught. I'm not. You understand? The brightness what we used to have, you know, when we see each other. So we have lost a lot. Lost a lot into that respect, you know, and I miss it. Because when I came to the camp, it was joy, it was light, it was fulfilling, it was blessing. I feel good. I feel happy because I'm with God and I'm with brothers and chanting to Jah, reading the prophecy. And I would love it to come back. Because they say, as was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. You understand? But saying, focusing on the children, you know, our little children. You understand? And as priest as well said, yes, he heard a lot. The solution for our little children. We did not supposed to come here, but they are here. So family, mothers, fathers, what solution that we can, you know, put here to help our beautiful children, our little bubbles of joy. When I looked at my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, you know, and see what is happening to the world, I soon gone out of it. And they're going to have it to face. What's going to be their future? I am thinking, in their time, you know, what is going to happen? So, family, is there any solution that I and I can quit towards our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, our neighbors' children? All the children belongs to us, mother. We are the mother for all the children. You understand? So that's what I'm saying. What solution can we say? What can we discuss? You know, towards giving thanks. Give thanks, my Lord. Back to
yeah, it's a solution in progress, you know, Empress. No, we can't come out and say,
well,
well,
I don't hear it. I'm sorry, priest, but I did not hear the solution. So, as I say, I'm not at home.
What he's saying? No, she's hearing you. She said she did not hear the solution. So what I'm explaining to her is that what the honorable chair is saying is that we are the solution in process right now. This is part of the solution process and identifying process, because the first we have to analyze the situation in a full sense. Then now when we understand the dynamics that cause it, dynamics that feeds it, then we can know how to starve it out and then now replace that with a better mechanism that works. So that's what we're looking for. And looking now, as you say that, to expound upon on it, since I have the floor for a second, expound upon it, you look at the activity as a house of priests, as we talked of earlier, we did not fashion anything to be inclusive of the youth. That is the solution. That is one of the solutions that we need right now. We need to start looking at how we are developing our evolution process and identify programs for the development of the youth, programs that allows the youth to be expressive, to develop their expression and use their ingenuity. We have not done that. The only thing we allow them to do is to play the music. So that's the only thing the Bobo youths, and that is most of the youth man, the princes, have had as a form of expression. They will play the drum from early and become expressive in the drum, and proficient, like Honorable Priest Daniel, Mama Maisie's son, who grew up on the drums and has become a master musician. But to be a rounded person, to be able to achieve your fullest potential as a youth growing, there has to be more ways in which they can fulfill their expression, is what I'm saying. You know, instead of having the youths from a certain age sit in those 6-hour services, we need to have Sabbath schools for them, wherein specific ones volunteer or are assigned to shape curriculums to help culture their minds, you know, in the Afrocentric way that we would like them to grow, you know, and the moral way in which you want them to grow. So within teaching them morals, we shape it in a cultural way as well. So these are some of the areas in which our minds have to go to and become creative, you know, among ourselves, not just Bobo as Rastafari, because it's been a Rastafari way. We have been on the front line fighting the revolution for a long time, and we are used to that soldier mode. Even the empresses have become acclimatized to that militancy. But we need to now look at balancing that, you know, with some nurturing atmosphere and an atmosphere conducive to youth development. Blessed Lord.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and I think what and I said it strong on the last meeting, is that the way that the elders looked at things and the way that the younger generation is looking at things is a lot different. And I say that because you just said, you know, like you spoke about the service and having the Sabbath school for the youth and so forth. But I think Honorable Empress Akim, you know, in her presentation several weeks ago, brought it home, where she spoke about dance, that's social, giving our children social skills through dance, through music, through the drums, through whether they want to go typing, whether they want to play an instrument, whether they want to play the flute, whether they want to play the trombone, whether they want to be in a marching band, whether they want to be in gymnastics and so forth. And I think a lot of those things were taboo back in the day within the liberty itself. But the younger generation is seeing things a lot different, and I guess that's why they're expressing the things that they're expressing throughout the last couple of meetings and throughout their life and so forth. It's because they're ready to give the children the things that they need so that they could be well-rounded. Yes, we can give them the Sabbath school. Yes, we can give them all the churchical things, but we also need to make certain that we educate them in every aspect of their life so that they can be well-rounded individuals, so that they can make good decisions, so that they can have that social skills and know how to interact with other children. They can go on class trips and not feel like it's taboo. It's taboo to play basketball, or it's taboo to play baseball or softball or whatever it is. So we need to give our children that our youths, our prince and princesses, those opportunities as well, my Lord and Empress.
Rastafari, that was amazing. Empress Trisha, I give thanks, if I may speak, in response. I'm so grateful that you have spoken that, because I myself, I must say, because I had this question as well. You know, I know the perspective and the foundation, as I'm still learning about Bobo Shanti, but I would not be here if I wasn't called to be. It's not that you know, my king man introduced me to Bobo Shanti, but I came, he was a pathway. So I say that I'm Bobo Shanti, I'm Nyabinghi, I'm 12 tribes, I'm Rasta. And so I embrace everything that Empress Trisha said, because I will lift this up. When it comes to music, right? Nyabinghi is who I am, deeply rooted. It's in my heart. That is what brought me into Rastafari. But it is also reggae music. You know, to me, that's my battle music as well, right? But it depends on what it is. So, you know, some of these things that we do call taboo, our children, you know, will gravitate towards these things because it's a vibration within them that they overstand. And not necessarily that it's taboo, right? Because it sounds different than Nyabinghi, that it's just not the 1-2, you know, but the words themselves, the lyrics is what drives us, you know? And so our children do need to have a greater exposure, because if you give them one-sided education, then they won't be balanced. They will not be able, when they leave the home, they will not be able to stand strong, girded strong, you know, in the world around them, because they're going to be presented with many different things. But if they've only seen one way, right, they may not be able to stand up against some of the things that come to them, you know. And I embrace, even to this day, not just, like I said, you know, Nyabinghi, the priestly side of things of Rastafari, which I feel like all of Rastafari is priestly. You still have some who are called by the name, but they may not walk a certain way. They still have much to learn, right? We all fall short to some extent. But I do think it's very, very important that we allow our children to not just be in the church. My children actually it's the root of things, and that's why they're so solid, I must say. When I was in the church, a lot of our activities, I was in church probably 4 days out of the week, because I teach dance, right? And my children were in the arts, you know, but they were also, you know, part of the mission team. They were going out and speaking to people about being Christly. You know, it wasn't always, you know, just sitting in the building and, you know, not being able to be exposed to things. They were going out, going on trips, doing fun things that did not take them away from the righteousness. Because again, the parenting, you know, whenever I saw something was going the wrong way, I had to correct them. And I talk about this often, and I've shared this before amongst the group. I'm very proud, I would say, for myself and my children's father, that the way that we raised our children, and I take a lot of honor in this, because I did not raise my son and my daughter differently, right? Oftentimes we tell our girls, keep yourself, don't have sex before marriage, you know, protect yourself. I had the conversation with both of my children. My son would be 25 in July, and he is still a virgin. He's very righteous. He's a locksman, very knowledgeable. He already has 1 degree, working on another one, looking to become a biochemist. And I say that with pride, because when he was in my womb, I was determined to make sure that he was not like some of the men I grew up seeing in my community, who were womanizers, you know, who misused their bodies, because it was known in our culture that it was okay to be with many, many women, that made you masculine. And me having the wisdom that I had, I knew that was weakening men. And so I'm honored to say that my children were exposed to things, right? But it was I and their father who made sure that they stayed rooted and grounded. Because when they got out into the world, they were going to be, you know, confronted with all these things. But then they have to come back home to I and know that, okay, this is what you not do, because this will taint your spirit. This is what you not do, because it can destroy you in the physical. And so, yes, indeed, Empress Trisha, it is so true that, you know, we have to embrace Rastafari in a way that we know that what we're teaching is truth and rights, and that it's just like the word, it says, when the word go out, it won't return void. That means that what we're teaching, if it's true to the Christ consciousness, that it will keep our children safe, regardless of what they are exposed to. Now, they may fall short in some areas, because we all did. But I think that well-roundedness is most necessary. And so I won't keep talking, give thanks, but I think that's something that we have to consider, that allow our children to be open and well-rounded. And not only that, even for ourselves, you know, there's different aspects of us. We're not all just priestly all the time. And not, you know, yes, we wear the turbans. Sometimes I don't. That doesn't take away from our righteousness, right? But we have that liberty where, whether we're clothed or we're not, we came into this existence with no clothes on, right? But we're still girded in the righteousness that came with us. And I think it's important that we think about those things. Give thanks.
Yeah, to the chair. There's a saying. Do I have the floor, Honorable Priest?
Yes, priest.
Yeah, there's a saying, you know, it's not what we do, is how we do it. Now, in all things, yeah, is not, we don't want to become part of the world. You know, that is one thing. We are his peculiar treasure. So whatever I and I do has to be peculiar in of itself. You know, so what it is that I and I seek to do is to find the morally high ways of creating expressive space for our youth. That means, what I mean by that is, whatever they are pursuing, if it's music, it has to be from a moral and accepted standpoint. Because as we see, you know, we live in a dual world where down to the Bible is used dually, for good and for evil. So again, it's not what we do, it's how we do it. So whatever we are teaching our children, if it's dancing, say dancing for instance, why dancing was taboo, you know, a lot of what we need to understand too is why a thing was what it was, when it was. See, some of the things that we are evolving away from, it's not that they are bad or were bad. They served us in a time and a period relevant to their application. We are no longer in that time and period. We have elevated, we have grown, we have evolved. We can't stop that. That's just the constant in life. Change is the constant. So things change. But the one constant that can never change is the standard of morality on which I and I, as a house of priests and as Rastafari, must uphold. If not, then we change the very essence of who we are. So again, it is not what we seek to do, it's how we seek to do it. So all those areas that the sisters identified, you know, whether it be music, dance, theater, they're all within my opinion. Now, this is an opinionated statement. This is not a historical fact or anything. They're all allowable if cultured in the moral way and not the worldly way, like how things are presently. Yeah, give thanks.
To the chair. Honorable Priest, 1 second, Priest, I believe, because I just need a little clarity on what you said, because my daughter was in back. Okay, we have a child that is in back, and they're in band class in high school or what have you. And of course, they're going to not play the music that our children, because we have already taught our children the morals and the values of what we can give them. So like when they go to school and they're in these band classes and they have to play these different music, whether it's calypso or what have you, they still understand who they are within themselves, although they are playing these musics. Like, for instance, my daughter was in band and they had something called the Battle of the Bands. And I mean, you have to be ready. There's different music, different genres of music that they had to play, but understanding who she was and how far, but she had to play in the band because she was a part of a team, which didn't take anything away from her morals and her values or the way that, you know, she was raised or anything. So we still have to, and I understand what you're saying, but we still have to be allowable because we don't live in a bubble. And our children are exposed to things we don't want them exposed to. They know how to sing half of the songs that we hoping that they would have never learned. So there's no way to keep them away from all the things that we would want to keep them away from, but just teaching them what is right and what is wrong.
Through the chair, Honorable Priest Brown, one moment, please.
Yes, Honorable Priest.
As I explained earlier, as one who bear abuse from mother's womb and come up, I've been very alert and concerned about abuse. In so much that even in the Congress duties, King Emmanuel sent me up to UWI to dig up the rights of the children. You see, what I mentioned earlier is children that are not prepared for. It goes a long way. In long-term preparation within nations, as ancient people, we usually prepare for generations to come. In our present situation, we are not allowed, or that has even been distorted from our mentality. These are principles which we are now just about to revive and to bring forward into the nation. Why I say this? I and Priest Wilmot was given the duty of building the first basic school or the first educational classroom up on Bubble Hill for the children. And amidst all things, I learned a lot that it is not only preparing an institution for the children is important, but the parents have to know what future foresight do they have for their children. Because if the foresight of the parents are limited, it's gonna create also a negative impact. So it has broadened my horizon. I know that both parents and children have to be re-educated towards the full reality of ourselves being a family, a community, a nation to grow into an empire. So as I say again, give thanks for the re-edification process that we are going through, my Lord and Empress.
Honorable Priest Brown, Majesty, Brown.
To the chair.
Yes.
To the chair.
I said love. Go ahead.
Oh, blessed love.
Yeah.
You hearing me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, man.
Yes, Priest, right here.
Oh, blessed love. Give thanks to life and give thanks to love and give thanks to the reason, you know? Yeah, me kind of in earlier, still early when the program started, but me have to head out still, you know? So,
Give thanks.
Yeah, me have to go out and go up on the road. But me in earlier still, I know the ones that will acknowledge me still, you know? Yeah,
Yeah, man.
so
Give thanks to the return, I am.
true majesty. So yeah, we're having a nice little shower. The rain is falling, so the internet not really all that up neither, you know. But my spirit up still, you know, listening, you know, the ones them on the topic and all that, you know. The spirit up still, you know, even though the time kind of damn still, you know. Yeah. So give thanks again, man, cause you know when we look into a life and you know how you know I and I really grew up on the hill same way. Yeah, we grew up living a African tradition way of life, especially how my parents did grow, I and I, you know, as youths, you know. Yeah, certain things we couldn't really do, you know, and you know, whenever you know, someone even give you something, you have to take it to, you know, mommy and daddy. You see, even the princess them same way, you know. And I see how the father, you know, which dwell in all I and I, you know, from King Emmanuel to my parents same way, you know, how the ones them grew I and I same way. You know, it's really a way of life, how, you know, from the ancient days same way. You see, that is why I am could I ever stand up today and the same, you know, knowledge and same way of life I try to impart it to I man youths them same way, you know. Yeah. It wasn't hard that you know it wasn't hard that good in certain ways, others same way still, you know. So our caretaker did really have it like a shield around I and I sleep, you know. That's what could have really stand up between that way of life, you know. Even my sisters them, the way them grow same way and how my father really, you know, protect them same way and them use me as you know, a one as the son they know would you know would have daddy and you know we walk in a bungle, you know, we used to walk together, you know. Yeah, we used to walk together. So I man would be like you know, a shield around them see come a father would show him say, yo, go on with your sister, you know, walk with your sister, you know, and you know, even when them if them go up on the road and you know, certain time come in, I would send them to meet them and all of that, you know. So, you know, yeah, because really and truly the parental, you know, growing up, the parental guidance and protection needed same way, you know, and that would have to come from the parents same way. It's all about the parents who groom you, you know, that it could have embedded, you know, that it could have even, you know, departed to your own youth them same way, you know, because really and truly I man grew up on the foundation, you know, and the way I man grew, I could say, you know, it's a standard of life. You know, I grew up in a standard of life. Things kind of look to change now because really and truly, you know, the youths them now, you know, out there in the world, you know, then them exposed to certain things same way, you know, the tablets, you know, and interacting with other peers at school, you know, so it kind of look harder now to really groom them the way how you want to really groom them, but you have to try same way, you know. And when the breakdown at the school, you know, in the camp same way, and you find that the future they have to really, you know, separate and you know, that could go on at the school and out there same way, you know, it kind of cost back, you know, I look a struggle, you know, within the unit there, within the way of life for the youths them. Because we know say it take a village to grow the youths them. Is it? And enough of the ones them never really have the mindset there to really take the time out to really grow the youths them. Is it? Because some of the bridges them would have rough you up and them would have run you and them would have, you know. So them themselves never really take the time out to really show that love there. A matter of fact, maybe them never really get that love there growing up. Sometimes you have to check that levels there, you know. Some of the brethren, them never really get that love there. Them never get that parental guidance there. So them don't know how. You understand? Them don't know how to treat a youth, you know, how to deal with a family. And because of that, not for the ones them evil shun from responsibility. Because I know, you know, when you take on a family, it's a responsibility. You see it? And you have to stand as a man with the family. You know, because we see the breakdown of the family within the Rastafari tradition. As I say, right now, there's no youth and Bobo Hill right now. You understand? There's no youth and Bobo Hill. You know, so right now we are reason in general for all the ones them, you know, whether Ballad, whether Bingy, I just a reason, you know, and you know, try to, you know, open our knowledge towards what's going on now with the future generation. You see it? And as Chris Brown talk about the school and all these things as a government, these things they really need to set for the youth them. Understand that we could have the youth them within the unit there. You see? So right at this present moment, may have three, you know, me get 3 youths, you know, and it's my responsibility, right? You know, as my father did, you know, grow I and I, my responsibility to make them get a good education, you know, and keep them in school, you know. That is why some of the time, my Lord and Empress, you know, it's not that I don't want to come on the program on time and thing, but sometimes the responsibility, you know, kind of have me out there, I have to go out there and come back, and sometimes, you know, we can't even get to sit properly to really take in the program to the fullness there, but I am trying, my Lord and Empress, you know, I am trying to be, you know, more into the program because, you know, it's a part of I and I, you know, I love what's going on, and it's a development, you know, for I am on mental same way towards the future, listening, the bridging and sistering, you know.
Welcome to Pierre. Welcome to Pierre. Give us a little insight on the reasoning you had with the people them last week. You did say they go to some meeting concerning the youth, remember?
The parent teachers meeting that you went, parent teachers meeting that you went to, Priest Daniel, at your youth school, and what took place. What was, you know, you were expressing some revelations that happened during that meeting. The priest wanted to share it with the platform.
Yeah, my phone went out a while ago in a priest. Just chip in forward, you know, so I not really hear the question that you're asking directly. So if you could have repeated to Iman, I appreciate it.
Yeah, Priest Imsy, you want to repeat since you never here?
Tell him not priest, my mic hacking up. Tell him, yeah. You know what I said.
Yeah, well, what he was saying is your parent teachers meeting that you attended the other day. You had shared some revelation with I and I that you observed at the meeting. He wanted you to share it with the platform as well.
Okay. Yes, well, when I went to the meeting, you know, the meeting was based on it was actually Child's Month, you know, and they celebrate at the school, they celebrate Child Days Friday gone. So they invite someone from who deal with the child's protection agency, right? And she were talking about basically abuse, you know, emotional abuse, you know, verbal abuse, you know, sexual abuse, you know, and you know, all the abuse that you can think of. Sometimes you don't even know that it's an abuse, you know, but when you check it deeply, it's a form of abuse, you know. So while I'm there listening to her and I hear, certain things come up, I have to even start to check myself and, look into how I'm treating my kids and how the youths them used to how the ones that used to treat the ills in the you or the ones that used to treat the youth them in the earlier times and the ill. So I learned certain things, wherein I have to really, really, think and take the time out to really deal with the youths them same way, because, as me say, the youths them today, it's much different than the youths them in the earlier time, based on what they expose to, right? Because even certain things come up, wherein the child, as I say, you have to listen to the child, because sometimes the child might show in your signs and signal, but you are so get caught up, you might be so busy that you're not really taking that time out to really listen to the child. And even sometimes you might force the child in certain things wherein it can be danger, because sometimes a child might friendly with someone and you even family members sometimes, because sometimes it's the closest one to your child. Sometimes they are the one who really will hurt your child. So if your child not feel like hug someone, don't force the person, don't force the child, because I see parents sometimes go and go okay, your father-in-law, go and go against this stand way, and the child resist, and sometimes you force the child and it end up, the repercussion of it, maybe come off people, a way wherein it can be detrimental to the child. You see it? And the kids them, the little kids them, your parents talk about 3-year-old kids, watching certain things with them exposed to, not the parents not monitoring the youths them watching the tablets, and them acting out whatever them say. The men, the sodomitism, everything them try to push it in a way wherein, if maybe even at the game them where them want play, so you have to even monitor the game, the cartoon, all those things, because I put a parental guidance on the tablet for my kids, right? So when some of the time they are so smart, sometimes they even download. They would download things, behind your back, So if you don't set up their tablet in a way that anything them download, it come to you in a mail, or in your mail. You can look and see what them download, what them are watch, So all these things, they talk about in that session, and they say one of the time the lady she talk about 2-3-year-old, doing having oral so we see how the system, we see what's going on with the youth them, so we have to really, really cover our kids, guide our kids, monitor not just our kids, but all kids. It's just that it's kind of more risky when you're looking out for other children now, because the parents, they are so terribly in themselves. You can't school a child again because they feel like, say, you don't like their kids, right? You can't talk to them certain way again. You can't rough them because you rough them feel like you don't love them. The earlier time, when we rough our kids, it's because we love them. My father sent me out, and a brethren might rough me up, right? And I go back and tell daddy, say, daddy, say, The virgin rough me up and him talk to him. So what you do? What you do why the virgin rough you up? You must do something why the virgin rough you up. You understand? So definitely these times really, really different, my Lord and Empress. These times what we're living in, it's really, really different because the youth them exposed, you know. They're very exposed. And you talking right now, when I talk to my son, I have to talk to him like I talk to a big man. You understand? I have to talk to him like I talk to a big man. And use the word like how it's supposed to use. Because them are not fool. You know, them smart. You can't tell them about diggle and jump over moon and all them things. No, these youth is different, you know. So, yeah, it was a highlight for me for Iman still, you know, with that conversation with the ones that were coming to, for the Child's Day, you know. Yeah, man, the interaction was good, my Lord. And give thanks.
My Lord, give thanks for that. And it's all
Yeah,
yes, praise.
through the chair. It sound that way there. It sound that way there for true. It sound like you got some level of edification within the moment. And that helping to build their social skills, you know. So that is very good. One thing I want to add in this conversation here before I forget is when a group like I is looking at situations that are affecting us adversely, one of the ways in which wise leadership pursue solutions is to look at other models like other models, other groups like I that have been successful in their development.
We're not hearing you, priest.
You right? You chip out the praise.
You hear it? I tell you when I hear it, right?
Yeah,
the weather seems to
Yeah, we
yeah,
can
the
hear
weather seems the weather seems to have affected the vibes. Yeah, I was saying when a group like I is looking at solutions to the problems that are hindering our development, one of the good ways in which leadership pursue solutions is to look at other models similar to I, other groups that function in the way that we do are, and they have been successful, especially in the areas where we find problems. See, so for instance, how have the Nation of Islam, for instance, as a group, how have they been able to thrive to overcome a lot of the adversities that hindered them in the beginning? And they have been consistent in their growth and in their numbers and in their function. What did they do different when it comes to their youth, their process of ascendancy, meaning their youth development, because they are the ones that ascend into our position that keeps that cultural continuity, and the ancestral traditions going. What did they do to foster that development within their group? And by doing that now, we can get some ideas now on what we can do different, or we can do it different according to our way of life, our cultural way of life. Yes, family.
Majesty. And 25th of May, we have collaborated with the Nation of Islam down here, So them and Rastafari, we moving on that one back. Red, black, and green, red, gold, and green. So give thanks. There's a group may respect. Now they use the same technique and they build up down here said way. So floor is open.
Blessed love.
Empress Cindy, Majesty.
Bless up, Majesty. Has anyone ever heard of the word neuroplasticity?
Neuro what?
Neuroplasticity.
Yes, I.
Right. So, for those who don't know what that word means, it's the brain's capacity to change and adapt throughout life, primarily due to learning and experiencing. It involves the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections or strengthening existing ones. This can occur in response to learning, injury, or environmental changes, allowing the brain to modify its structure and functions. And the reason why I mention this is because social media significantly impacts neuroplasticity to the brain's ability to adapt to change. If a child is heavily into social media, it can lead to changes in brain structure and function, particularly in areas related to attention, cognition, and emotional regulation. These changes can manifest in various ways, including reduced cognitive control, alter reward security, and even changes in brain matter. So, what I'm learning about this term is that the more that I allow my child to use, let's say, YouTube, and the more I say, okay, you could use it, and I'm not monitoring the amount of time she's using it, her brain is essentially changing due to the amount of, you know, the amount of social media she's watching. I don't allow her to get on Instagram, but YouTube, she likes to look at shorts and stuff like that. And um I'm not I'm not really for social media per se, but I'm not against it. And I do allow her to use it, but I allow her certain time limits because I know that with constant, this constant, being on social media, it does something to her. She if she's on it for a long period of time, she's not able to focus. And that's something that we need to get away from. Because I even remember watching a documentary that was on Netflix that talked about how these things came to be. Like these rich CEOs that, that have a lot of money, that own Netflix and Apple, they don't allow their children to use these devices because they know what it can do to their children. So they don't allow it, but they allow other people to use it. And what do we find when we see a child overly exposed to these kind of things? They lack attention. They have problems with ADD and ADHD and all these types of things. And then we don't know how to handle that because their mind has been programmed into viewing things that they shouldn't be doing. They should be outside in nature, grounding, being by the sea, playing like how we used to play when we were youths. My mom used to send me outside, to play with my friends. She didn't sit me in front of the TV and say, oh, go watch TV and da da da. No, I was going outside and playing and being active and running and riding bikes and playing double dutch and stuff like that. A lot of these children don't know how to do that. You go to a park in New York City and you'll see a little child with a cell phone in their hand. They don't know how to interact. They don't have that kind of social skill. Well, if I want to play, let's play. Let's, play tic-tac-toe or something like that. No, everything is a phone, the phone, the phone. And it's sad because I even see people on the street with babies. The little baby has a cell phone connected to their stroller and they just watching that while the mother's just strolling on by. You know how damaging that is to them? And scientifically speaking, doctors don't recommend children, I think it's the age of 5 or below, to even be on any kind of device because of what it does, not only to their brain, but also to their vision. So these are things that we need to take into account when we're shoving an iPhone or iPad in front of their faces. I'm guilty of it too, don't get me wrong. But to bring it home, we need to do something more to get children to be more active and learn that skill again about playing and dancing and being free. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress.
Thanks and have everything. Thanks at the time. Floor is open.
Honorable Chair.
Aye, lad.
Yeah, you can hear me now?
Go
You
ahead.
can hear me? Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I was raised by two parents, one a Roman Catholic and one a Seventh-day Adventist. You know, I never really see my mother and father fight. And anytime we ask our father for something, he said, go and ask your mother. If she say yeah, we go in beach. You know? So he would put it on my mother a lot to make the decision whether we go in beach. We would tell him we want to go beach, and he said, go and ask your mother. So when your mother say yeah, we go on to beach. So even as upbringing from my mother's side, like I said, you saying something? Eh?
Mr. Him was a wise man. Go ahead.
Yeah. And like I said, from my mother's side, when I come to Bobo now, and I hear him Bobo saying blessed love, I remember that on my mother's side, the family was always tell you when they meet with you, bendición, blessing. And then you would either you say bendición and they will return, God be with you, you know, or you return it to them same way. So what going on with the youth them today with all these things? I think that we who have skills in different things will have to, like you said, the Islam, you have to farm your own school, or you have to look mentors. You have to look people who could fix washing machine for the young man, them even for the young woman if they want to learn to fix it, refrigerators, whatever gadget, so they could keep busy. And at the same time, they learn in a trade, whether it's sewing, whether it's beekeeping, you know, mechanic work, fixing lawnmowers. You got to get them involved into something. And that will keep them off a lot of the phone and stuff, because if a youth is learning to fix a lawnmower with it, he's so happy that he could do that. He going to show up with his friend them. You see? So we got to look ways, use the same phone and go on the internet to look up how to repair a lawnmower, a weed eater. I see the Chinese them, they have how they do educate their children them. They don't really put them in school right away like that. They don't let them out in nature. I don't know if anyone on the panel have looked up how the Chinese educate their children. They allow them, I think, until 5 years old to just be out in nature and experiencing things on their own. I mean, they're watching them, they're observing them, but they're allowing them to walk and fall and trip over things and down by the river and these kind of things. But then when you see the schooling, all these little children could sew and do a lot of work that big man could do. I noticed even they got I think it was a Nigerian young sister there. She's 16. She done a blowing records at 3 and 5 years old. She was doing heap of mathematics and these things. So the influence the parents use also is what you're giving the children them to do. You got to try to keep them busy doing something constructive that they could learn a trade. My Lord and Emperor. My Lord. Still there?
My Lord, give that.
Yeah, I was going to say too, that growing up around my parents, okay, my mother was a gardener. So she had a orchid garden. She used to grow all kind of sweet peppers and things. So I was raised up in a family what was doing a lot of things. I raised up on a farm. We raised pigs, goats, chickens. We used to sell eggs. Them things were pray for we to go to private school because we used to raise animals. So when most children are playing, we was taking care of 10 acres of land. Okay? And as we grow, we were the one, whatever man come to work, we were the ones, the young man, them was four young men. We is the one them got to go out there and dig these holes for 10 acres of land. Cut, they pull them out of manjack tree and all these things to do. So I was raised up doing a lot of different things. You know, it wasn't like I get a lot of time to be playing. We had time to go play basketball and all these things, but we when we come home from school, we got to pick up eggs, feed chickens, clean the eggs, put them to dry, and when they dry, put them in dozens to get them ready to sell. And so we used to sell pig, goats, chicken, everything. My Lord and I.
Blessed love. Yes, I wanted to sort of talk about a little bit of what Empress Cindy was talking about too with social media. I had taken a few notes earlier. Times are different, and Priest Daniel, what he was saying too about his upbringing, which is honorable as well, knowing his mother. I'm sure he's still on here, Empress Maisie. I see why he's the man that he is today. But the exposure that our children have now, when I was younger, there wasn't so much on television like there is now. The agenda of Babylon is a heavy thing. In the music, you know, certain things, certain lyrics would not be played on the radio like they are now. Certain shows that would be played when I was younger, you wouldn't see homosexuality on there, you know. Now you see all of that on there in the soap operas, you know, and in the movies. Nothing is covered up. There's no protection now. Nothing is uncensored. You know, everything is just out in the open. And if you're not paying attention to your children, even the cartoons, one of the empresses mentioned earlier that she doesn't even allow her children to watch it because yes, there are a lot of subliminal messages there. You know, you're looking at two characters and thinking that one is a woman and a man, but they're both men or they're trans, or you really just do not know. And it's very important that you just turn it off, really. You know, you have to be really active with your children these days because there's nothing safe really being put out here, you know, if our system has anything to do with it, you know. And again, even with social media now, anything goes. Careful, even as adults, it will taint you, you know. And so for myself, you know, there's certain shows my grandchild to watch, but I will watch it with them, you know, learning your alphabets and animals, simple things like that. But for one whole day, when he comes over here, I only play the drums with him, or I'll play music, you know, I'll even put on meditation. I'll sit in the floor and we're playing with toys, you know, or we'll go outside. I'll take him to the lake, you know, because I don't want him to be exposed to social media and things like that. You know, I've heard of the neuroplasticity that Empress Cindy mentioned, but I didn't really apply it to social media in a way, you know. So that's something to look at that I will have to share with my daughter, you know, because even though the show that he watches is very educational, you know, you still need to sit with your children and communicate, because what I've heard about social media too is that it could slow up that process of learning to speak, because you're just hearing all the time, you know, you're just listening, but there's no communication. So, you know, with social media and online, you know, the agenda is very scary right now. You know, you do have to really protect what goes in the eye gate, the television for the children, and the ear gate. You know, when my children was much smaller, we had cable. But one morning I was up and I saw something that I was terrified. I was like, if my children saw this, you know, because they had televisions in their room, you know, I was like, I would never want them to be able to have access to this. You know what I did the next rising? I called the cable company and I was like, I don't want it, you know. And even myself now, I don't turn my television on unless I'm watching documentaries or I'm listening to my music, you know, or meditation or something like that. But you know, we do have to get our children back out into nature and off of social media unless they're learning something that's going to bring them up, you know. Give thanks.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks for this reasoning going through here. It is insightful, inspirational. Oh, I give thanks for everything, you know. I would first like to say I give thanks for my grandparents that I grew up with, you know, my aunts, because I grew up in an extended family, you know, so my cousins and I grew up like brothers and sisters, and we tried to grow our offspring the same way, even though we're not in the same house anymore. Now, concerning everything everyone touch, you know, it is like we in each other houses at this moment, you know, when we saying these things and seeing these things and experiencing these things that coming forward here today, because I remember a time Empress Miriam and I was having one of those conversations about children, and she was saying, Mama D, stare them in the eye, watch them firm, don't blink, don't take your eye off of them, you know, and you stand your ground. And I was like, Mama, but what if she stay in your back? Because I have 4 youths, all in single digits, and 2 of which are a twin. And the last is the strongest. So all have different personalities, and I have to learn, and I'm still learning how to deal with each and every one whilst teaching, because they at home school. So whilst teaching them together, I still have to learn to teach them individually because of the different characteristics or the different beings of who they are. But the youngest is the strongest, and she just tear me back. So I was like, Mama, what to do? She said, just don't blink. You know, just don't blink. So we have to know, we have to stay firm in what we're doing and just hold our ground and know that we're doing our best. Know that we're doing the right thing when we guiding our children, because when our parents scolded us long time or beat us long time, it wasn't because they hated us or they didn't like us, but it's because that's how they was taught to teach us. Now we have a lot of advice and a lot of elders, and even now social media that teaching in different ways. Because I remember my father always telling me, why does Black people have to be the children to listen and white people don't do it? And I sarcastically answered and said, well, them is the children who they say they sketch bombing of the schools and thing. But when you really look into it, is why do we really have to hit a child to listen when we could talk to them and tell them, come for love, come for a snack, come for something else, and they will listen to that, you know? So we have to learn how to express ourselves in words so that they in turn would know how to express themselves, to be able to talk to us, to open to us, to feel free with us, and to be able to just come to us, you know that we as their parents, yes, but we as their friend first, so that they can tell us anything and know that they're safe to come to us. And that is one of the things we have to be able to teach our children, that safe space, you know, give them that safe space where they can come to a parent, whether it be mommy or daddy, and they know that that parent have that listening ear for them and that time and that moment for them. So when it's something really serious, they know that they could depend on us, you know? So I give thanks for this reasoning and all what is said and done, my Lord and Empress. Blessed love.
My Lord, to the chair, Priest Brown, a brief word. Honorable my Lord.
Quiet, my Lord.
Something just came to my mind. Without vision, a people perish. The vision that drove Iman and my companion in the early days, that we were sent into Babylon to gain knowledge, but not to become partakers within the system. When we have obtained knowledge, we should separate and build a standard that is above or beyond, more better than the standard that we were brought up in. That was the vision and the purpose that has driven us. Now, because of many reasons, we are still without any institutions, and therefore, when we are educated and we are driven or we're driving at certain levels, we don't have the facilities to expand our technical knowledge. So is this really why our children then are being deterred into the system? Because of our, we have tried, but we have up till now, we have not been able to establish industries and institutions to accommodate the future or the utilization of the education that we have developed or received. My Lord and Empress.
To the chair, to the chair. Yes, Majesty. I'm just thinking, you see, part of the solution, towards the youth, them, the destruction of the world, and, how Babylon set the system, for control the youth, them with whatever them have, whatever them can do, creep it in any farm, that, you might not even observe, I think the parents and the adults, have to really lead by example, same way, with evil, the phone, and the internet, how you govern it, how you use it, because it's a lot of distraction for the adults. Sometimes the child may be in front of you, doing something that is not right, and because you are so distracted with the phone, you don't ever see, what's going on, there is so much thing happening right around you, and because of the distraction of the phone, you're not really observing, you're not seeing, sometimes even the family time that you're supposed to spend and reason with the family, because of the phone, there's no reasoning going on, no family structures where we sit down and we reason. I can remember when it comes to Friday night, especially Friday night when the Sabbath come in, we used to gather around Daddy and Mommy. We used to gather, especially on a Friday night when it's quiet and serene and the Sabbath start, them time everything does calm, because the heavenly moment that, the beginning of the Sabbath. We used to sit down around Daddy and Mommy and them reason with them tell about nature, them tell about how them used to grow up, them tell we, what we expect, them tell we, what we're supposed to, the signs at the time, what going to happen, certain things where we say are fulfilled right now. We used to reason. In them time that still we never really have no phone like that. We never really have the internet like that and all of that. So we were more knowledgeable, within not Babylon technology, how them have things, but way of life, down to earth liberty, African liberty. We were knowledgeable, because we used to spend that time, and reason. So I'm just saying that the solution towards the future generation, it starts with us, same way. We have to put on the phone sometime. Ease off for the phone sometime. Don't get too distracted with the phone. You use the phone for the upliftment, uplifting thing, to help you with all, working out problem and thing, but not for really sit on the phone and watch certain little funny thing and certain idle. No. Because it even damage our eyesight. Radiation same way, the fingers same way. Because from this, the fingers them start get stiff up on you, all of that, because your finger keep moving, the games and all these things. Sometimes we have to cut off of the phone, and the way they know, the child will even get more time for reason with when, they won't really want to depend on the tablet so much. Because my son, some of the time, he will on the tablet for an hour or 2 hours, and him no remember, not even food him no remember, Sometimes I say, but that car already, where him there? him in a little corner all 3 hours. And you see, as soon as I take him off of the tablet, I'm hungry. He want food. And him never remember no food all the time, you know. So we see how these things stay with the youth, them, how this track, how it does have them, them hook on it. You understand? So we have to set the example, man, because me myself right now is not a phone person. Because the way how me grew up, me is a man always out there in the bush, dig up dirt, chop out this, fix fence. Every look me like for out there. So the phone thing is not my thing. And then again, having the phone on my body is not a thing that I practice. Because the phone not supposed to attach to your body. Right? Or me see most of the daughters nowadays them have the phone in them tights, each up in them brassiere, all these things. And I say these people don't know what them doing to themselves. And as some see the younger generation have follow them because children having children. You see some little girl who are 16, 17, and that's how we see them phone in them bosom. The only thing we know we used to go in a bosom, a grandma used to keep her little money idle in her bosom.
Right, Priest Daniel.
Yeah. But now I sell the phone, it work off for yourselves, yourselves that I work with. So the ones them need to educate, on this thing, and as I say, I have to really, really take a time out and just ease back the phone a little, man. Just for, yeah, we need it, but don't spend too much time on it. My Lord and Emperor.
Rastafari.
Blessed love.
Blessed love. May I speak?
Your Emperor.
Mama Maisie, I hear you. I hear your joy, And now that Priest Daniel is coming on, I'm excited for you both because I know how it feels to be a proud mother. You know what I mean? Especially with a son. So give thanks for your proper raising of him, and now he holds the title of priest. So I just wanted to say that honor to meet you, Priest Daniel. Yes. And not only that, just looking at your relationship too, and talking about how we should instill in our children the love that they need. The parents themselves must love themselves first, and are an extension of ourselves. Right? And when you love yourself, you can extend that love and that guidance and that protection and that knowledge of self to them. And that's what's missing also, is that a lot of these parents, it takes no time to conceive. We know that. It takes no time. It takes no thought sometimes either, right? And so children are coming into this world, not even coming through the energy of love. It's not a conscious effort. Sex alone is spiritual, and it can be demonic as well. We engage without the intention of what we're doing, And so I just wanted to say, when we talk about bringing up our children, I think it would be great. This is a topic and a time that we should have this often, especially if it's reaching the masses, because parents need to know that we can teach, out in the community, we can bring knowledge and, these experiences to our youth, but if they return back to some messiness or some, no guidance, a home with no love, and, the energy is not there, and they don't have knowledge of Christ, it's still going to be a battle. Priest Daniel mentioned that, and so it's just very important that, we try to push, knowledge of self to the adults as well. While we're working with the children, we can't leave the parents alone. So those who work in the community, at the schools and have access to the schools, see if you can bring the parents together. That's one thing that I'm working on at my school. And I mentioned yesterday in our quick reasoning before today, if I could use what we presented today to present to the parents, because I talked with the principal at the school to see if I could reach the parents when we have open house. Open house is a time at the beginning of the school year, and then also between the semesters, where the parents have the opportunity to come to the school, see what their children are going to be, learning, and meet the teachers. And oftentimes we just focus on the children, but I want to reach the parents, because the system now is like working in a prison. I kid you not. We get on lockdown oftentimes. And again, you know, we live here in the States, you know, the youth are smoking ganja, you know, smoking the herb, during school hours. It's a distraction for them, you know. Oftentimes it's laced. You know, we have children now who are going in and out of the hospitals. And I asked them, you know, why were you in the hospital? Or I heard a nervous breakdown. You know, there's so much going on with these youth. And I look at them like, well, I can't do but so much. And then I'm worn out. And I'm like, I need an opportunity to reach these parents. And so I'm pushing at my school, you know, the opportunity to bring the parents together. You know, when your children reach home, do you even ask them how did their day go? Those small things matter. You know, it shows that you care. And oftentimes the children don't get it. And that's oftentimes why the teachers are so worn out, because we're wearing so many hats. You know, we're having to be the parents, we're having to be, you know, the disciplinarian, and also teach and monitor them. I mean, it's extremely overwhelming. And so I say those who are connected with the youth, try to bring the parents together, you know, because again, these parents, they don't have love for self. And so they can't give it to their children, you know. So I just wanted to share that, you know, give thanks.
See just how important mannerism good behavior start from the cradle and carry us right through life. You know?
We can't hear you, Chris.
Yeah, me better now?
Yes, we're hearing you now. We heard nothing you said.
All right. Yeah, me say I give thanks for this. They are free. Let me looking like we want to bring it down. They will cover all
Yes.
ground. From
To the
my
chair.
Please.
Blessed.
I'm saying to share us a word, please.
Go ahead.
I just want to thank you all again for this meeting. And as mother, grandmother, great grandmother, we always be praying for our children because they need prayer. Okay, so let us, when we are praying, remember to say a word about children. Your
You're breaking up, Mama Miriam.
Thank you very much. I was just telling you all thanks. Thank to all the secretary who take part of the women's League. For all our visitors who were on today. I thank you all. May your God bless you. Blessed love. Bye.
All right. So we haven't covered.
To the chair.
Go ahead and pray.
I just wanted to say give thanks for this reason today. I think it was an edifying one, and I appreciate everyone who participated and said a word. It's very informative for me as a mother, as a daughter, as a sister, as an aunt to, you know, learn new ways of how to go about doing things, because when you become a mother, you don't have all the answers. And when you come from a, you know, it does take a village, you know, and it takes a sisterhood, as Empress Karima said. And, you know I'm not alone in how I'm raising my children, but this conversation does help ones and ones, because it's not always discussed and, you know, brought to the table. And I also wanted to share that the documentary that I was referring to earlier is called The Social Dilemma, and it's on Netflix. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress.
Give thanks, Honorable Empress Cindy. And give thanks to each and everyone coming here today. I would like to call on the Honorable Great Oswald to bring the reason down in a prayer, my Lord. So in prayer, that's what can I meet your mic, my Lord.
Bless the Lord, my Lord. Please, I want to say something before I do that. Can I say something before I do that?
Definitely. We are a bit low. Talk closer to the mic now. So I'm a bit low.
All right. Tell your child what you expect of them. Explain to them the cause and effect. Don't argue and don't debate with a minor. Set your expectations and don't drag into no argument with a child. Remind them about the rules that you have set and be very consistent in disciplining the children. We must blame ourselves a lot for the situation with our children because we was misled by the gap in the generations and people hiding from the younger ones. So we must not do that and use negative behavior against the children. Behave in a way that the child will pick up from us and learn to respect yourself. Build them. Let them learn to understand and respect you so they can build more trust in you. Create your environment a clean and discipline them always. Instead of punishment and violence, use means where you could learn and reason and use a calmer way of reflecting your pattern and your behavior so they could pick it up. We must stay close to our children and stop drawing away from the children because the children is very important. Don't use aggression, don't use violence. The Empress was talking about something with the nerves, the nervous system, that have a lot to do with the telephone that you Honorable Prophet was saying, and the TV and certain things. So we must treat them in a way and do various different things because it could cause medical effect to the nervous system. But I think we have to blame ourselves a little bit and continue. My Lord. We did pray now, my Lord.
Honorable priest, my Lord.
Glory be to the Father, to the Son, and to the Holy One of creation. As Jah was in the beginning, so it shall be now and forevermore. Jehovah, God, Jah, Rastafari forever.
All right.
You all have good and how pleasant it is for brethren and sisters to dwell together in unity. It's like the precious ointment upon the head of Aaron and ran on the beard, you want to the skirts of the garment. As the dew of Hermon that descended upon the mountain of Zion. For his dear the Lord commanded his blessing in life forevermore. So heal our God, Selassie, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Almighty God, Rastafari. Great and terrible God, Rastafari is the Almighty God. Jah, who sitteth in Zion and reign in the hearts of all flesh. Who thou most high eternal Father, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, and keep us and sanctify us. Because thy holy face will shine upon us, thy children, and we shall be saved and redeemed. With our most high God, Jah, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
I do give thanks for Empress Mercy, the great Queen Mother, for bringing up this mannerism situation. Because we all have to deal with it, especially me. Because I be on the edge sometimes. And you all should forgive me for that at times if you all don't know. But you all did a magnificent job, and we know we have to do some repairing. We have to repair things and change things and take it up seriously and be a critical thinker and very stringent in our family. Because we can't love them too much. They say the monkey is huggy little one and squeeze him to death. So we have to be very cautious with that. Give thanks for the reason in the chair and all who was on the platform, Royal Empress Trisha and everyone, and keep up the good works, divine works. May everyone go to their abode with peace and love, taking a piece of this information that was freely given to us. Holy Emmanuel, King Selassie, Jah,
Rastafari.
Divine peace, each and every
My
one.
Lord and
My Lord
Empress,
and
Prince and Princess, blessed love.
My Lord and Empress, blessed love.
Yes, blessed love,
Give thanks.
Rastafari, live and reign.
Yes, I, royal family, give thanks once again for such mighty reasoning. This is a rebirth coming forward. I could see it. I could feel it. Give thanks.
Indeed.
Peace and love, and give thanks to everyone today. Blessed love.
Oh, I love the fine, how sweet thou art. All the blessed sons and daughters of the Most High, give thanks. It was beautiful.